This end-to-end data engineering project will make you industry ready because we will be covering all the in-demand tools and technologies in detail and from scratch. And instead of just showing simple approach, we will be covering complex real-time scenarios such as creating parameterized dynamic data pipelines in Azure Data Factory to pull data directly from the APIs, using powerful PySpark functions to transform the data in Databricks. And there is one more special thing. What's that? It's none other than Delta Lake. We will be covering Delta Lake in detail, and we will be covering concepts such as data versioning, time travel, Delta log, and much more in detail, and yes, from scratch. Moreover, we will be following a Medallion architecture to complete our project. Wow, that's really an amazing industry level project. But you should only watch this video if you want to be competitive in the world of data engineering. And if your answer is yes, then let's get started with this amazing project. What's up, my data fam? So before starting this video, I want to thank you a lot for giving me so much of love. I was just reading the comments and I was feeling so happy. Obviously, I worked hard for those videos and I work hard for every video. Like, I really like posting long format content so that you do not need to go here and there. And the love that I have received in return, like, it's priceless, is priceless. So if anyone says to me that you are just posting the content for free, no, I am getting love in return. So I'm really happy, and thank you so much. And just keep sending me love a lot in my upcoming videos as well. So here I am with another end-to-end data engineering project. This project is really helpful to you. Trust me, I'm not just saying for the clickbait. No, you will get to know why I am saying this. Obviously, you would have seen my previous video and you know the quality of content that I provide to you. This project is really nice. It's a really good one, and you will get to know in just few minutes when I will be just discussing the data architecture in detail. So first of all, thank you so much once again. And now it's time to just get started with this end-to-end data engineering project. So first of all, as you can see the title, it's like NYC Taxi Data Engineering Project. You would have already seen many videos. You can say NYC Taxi end-to-end projects. Like, this is a very popular open data set. You would have seen many videos, but I have added a special element in this video which I feel was missing in those videos. Those videos are great. Those content like is really great, but I am just trying to fill in that gap, that bridge that should reach to you through this video. So I'm really excited to share the data architecture with you. So let's share it with you. Wow. So first of all, when I created this data architecture, I really tap my back because it is looking really good. Okay. So first of all, let's start the architecture. And I just said that I have added one special element, and I would like to add not one special element. Actually, there are like many special elements which are like missing in those videos, those paid courses. So here I am providing you absolutely for free everything with added elements as well. So first of all, let's talk about the first element. Okay. So as you can see, this beautiful taxi. So we will be using NYC taxi data, and this is an open data set, so we can use it easily. Okay. Now, what is that one element that I'm talking about? The one element is, so let's go back in time when I was also preparing for my like entering when I was into my early days of data engineering. I also bought many paid courses, right? Those were good. Those are really good. But I felt that one part was missing, and it's like we were like manually uploading the data. Let's say we have this. I will just show you the data. Wait, I'm just explaining you the architecture. So let's say we have NYC taxi data, right? And we will be getting this data through a website. But in those videos and courses, I saw that people are just manually uploading the data into the data lake, and then they are just pulling the data from the Azure. No, That's not the real time scenario. That's not the skill that you should learn. You should know how to directly fetch the data from the website. It is difficult, not difficult. It takes time to understand. It is difficult to explain those concepts. That's why this thing is missing. But here, I will be putting more effort to explain you each and every concept from scratch so that you can learn everything. Everything. Not just like simple steps. No. I know that you can just perform those simple pipelines, you can just build those simple pipelines, but it's time to just upskill yourself. Even if you are experienced Azure like data engineer, still you should watch this video. And even if you are beginner, this video is for you, because I will be explaining each and everything from scratch, each and everything, trust me. So now, as you are aware that we will be using API, so I will not manually upload the data. No, I will pull the data directly from the website. This is the first element. Now let's talk about the second element. You will be expecting that we can, okay, we can just build the API connection and we can just pull the data into the raw data store. No, we will be using dynamic pipelines. Now, what are dynamic pipelines? So we will be using activities such as for each, then you can say parameters, parameterized data sets, parameterized link services. So these are all come under your dynamic pipelines. So we will be building dynamic pipelines using Azure Data Factory, and that part is really time taking to explain. But here I have taken this challenge that I will definitely tell you each and everything from scratch. Yes. Then the next element, you would be seeing these medals. Like, what are these medals? Like bronze, silver, gold medals. So in the data engineering domain, we follow an architecture called Medallion Architecture, in which we create three layers: bronze, silver, and gold. We travel our data from these three layers. So this is a kind of standard that we follow in the world of data engineering. And this is really important to use, because in the real world scenarios, when you will be just placed as data engineer in different companies, so you will be using this particular architecture. And trust me, this is a really good way to work with data, and we can easily just ingest the data, transform it and push it to silver, and then we just model our data into the gold layer, and then we use that data to build reports, right? Now another element in other projects, let's not talk about other projects. So you would be working with, let's say, CSV, JSON, text files. But in real world, we work with Parquet file formats. As you can see, Parquet is written. We work with Parquet file formats. What are these file formats? Just a quick definition. Basically, Parquet file formats are column-based file formats which are designed in such a way which are performant enough when we want to store big data. So in the real world, we are working with big data. We cannot work with just CSVs. Yes, CSVs are the part of our day-to-day activities, but our major our major roles and responsibilities are revolving around Parquet file formats. So that's why I have chosen that we will work with Parquet file formats in this project. Then another special element. This is the topic that is so much in demand right now, which is Delta Lake. Delta Lake is the most in demand file format right now. Obviously it is built on top of Parquet file format, but it is a special type of file format in which we have a transactional log. I will just tell you each and everything from scratch, don't worry at all. So this is a kind of file format that you should definitely work with, and trust me, if you are just planning to appear for data engineering interviews, you can expect at least 2 to 3 questions from Delta Lake alone. I'm damn sure, because this is the hot topic right now. And while doing all this, which technology we will be using? It's none other than Databricks. This is the technology that provides you lots of opportunities in the world of data engineering. Why? So Databricks is dominating data engineering market because of its powerful clusters, because of PySpark, You would have heard like, what is PySpark, what is Spark? So basically PySpark is like a framework, big data framework that we use, and we use a platform called Databricks which manages the clusters. So here's a bonus: you will learn PySpark as well, because we will be using PySpark to travel our data from raw to silver, silver to gold, and finally the data will be in delta tables. I know you are feeling very excited after hearing this architecture. I know, because I just designed this project so that you can just learn maximum, and like the maximum stuff that you can learn under like one video. And this will give you so much of great hands-on over Azure Data Engineering, trust me. Then we will be using security parameters as well, such as managed identities, system managed identities. Don't worry at all, I will just tell you each and everything in the upcoming sessions. So this is just for the security purposes. This is a kind of access that we should have while reading and writing the data. We will tell each and everything. Just a quick question: will we be covering Power BI as well in detail? The answer is no. Yes, we will cover it when we will be just establishing a connection with Power BI. So we will be not building the end-to-end dashboard. No, we are data engineers. We are responsible to serve our data. So we will serve our data to Power BI through through connection that we will be building, and we will be seeing this step as well in the upcoming session, how we can directly create the connection with Power BI through Databricks, because you are responsible to serve the data. I know you do not want to build dashboard, but you are responsible to serve data to data analysts and obviously to data scientists as well. So this is the kind of architecture that we have for our project, and trust me, I think built this project in my early days, and this is so powerful. You can definitely expect a good chance of selection of yours in the data engineering domain if you just add this project in your resume and can explain this project as well, because it's not just about writing like I have done this project. No, obviously you can just put the heading, I have done NYC Taxi data engineering project, end-to-end project, but the bullet points that you put under that project make the difference, because you can just create this project which is available in like other videos or other paid courses, paid courses. They are just explaining just simple pipelines, just simple steps. But now I am arrived into this market. Now I will just explain you each and everything from scratch, and I will just take this end-to-end project to the next level, and you will learn a lot from one single video, trust me. So now I'm very excited to kickstart this project. So let's see what we have. So basically we have like 2 to 3 slides more, because I just want to give you an overview of Azure and what are the things required to just kickstart this project, right? So let's see what we have next. So first of all, we need to look at the prerequisite. Okay, this is very important because obviously you cannot proceed without this. First of all, laptop or PC. You should have laptop or PC, or like with stable internet connection, right? Then Azure account. Don't worry at all, bro. I will tell you how you can create a free Azure account if you do not have one. And if you have one, you can just use your pay as you go account. If you do not have, don't worry. I will just tell you how you can use it. Then excitement to learn Azure data solution. Obviously, like this is the main prerequisite you should have, because without excitement, you cannot learn. You should just feel excited that you are just going to complete this end-to-end project, and this is an industry level project. This is not just the basic project. We are building an industry level project, and trust me, you will be feeling so much confident after completing this project. Just trust me. You wanna ace your interviews, bro. Just trust me. Next, what we have. So it's time to just discuss some of the basic concepts, very basic concepts that we have in Azure, because we will be using these terms throughout our video. So do not worry at all. First of all, we have something called resource group and resources. What are resource groups? What is a resource group? So basically, before talking about resource group, let's talk about resource first. So what are resources? As we know that we'll be using Azure Data Factory. Azure Databricks, right? So basically these are resources. Whatever service we use from Azure is a resource, right? Simple, simple, perfect. Then what is a resource group? So basically when we create resources, right, we need to put those resources in a folder, and that folder is called resource group. I know this is just a fancy term, but it's very simple. Resource is a kind of application or service that you use from Azure that you create, right? Then when you put those resources in a folder, it's called resource group. That's it. And now you can just understand this, the kind of hierarchy that we have. So first of all, we have management group. You can just relate it with a kind of organization. Let's say this is a kind of company. Okay. And then under this, we have something called subscriptions. So basically, within one organization, we can have multiple departments, right? And we want different bills for those departments, right? Let's say this is IT, this is HR. So they would get different bills according to their usage. So that's why we have different subscriptions. And within that subscription, we have resource groups that we have just discussed. And within that resource group, what we store? Correct, resources. Like you can see Azure SQL database, virtual machine, and so many other stuff. Simple. This is just a basic thing that we should know. Now, the next slide is important. Reason, you can expect 1 to 2 interview questions from this area. This is a fundamental slide, but it is very important, and I have seen some experienced data engineers also just overlook this one, this area. So let's talk about what is data redundancy in Azure. So if you are new, if you do not know anything about Azure, let me tell you. So when we store our data in Azure, what if that particular data center in which we have stored data is not working? And it can be due to any reason, maybe a natural disaster, maybe an a power outage, anything, right? So we have the option of data redundancy. That means we can store data, we can duplicate our data into different regions, locations, so that if one location is not available, second location is available. So within this we have three options. First of all, we have something called LRS. That means locally redundant storage, in which, let's say we have one data store. Let's say we have one data center, sorry. Let's say we have one data center. So within one data center, we have different data stores or racks. You can say different slabs where we just keep our hard disk. So if we want to duplicate our data within one data center, let's say one rack for one data and second rack for like the same data, but this is within one data center, that's called locally redundant storage. But if you want to make a duplicate copy of your data within different location, within, you can say, different zone, that's called zone redundant storage. That means in one zone we have one data center, and in second zone we have second data center. So your one copy will reside in one data center of one region, like one zone, and second copy of the same data in the second zone. That's called ZRS, zone redundant storage. Simple. The third one is region. And I think now you are smart enough, you would have guessed it, like what does it mean? So first of all, we saw locally redundant storage in which one data center. Then we have zone redundant in which we have multiple zones. Then, as name suggests, like region redundant storage, you can say GRS, GRS, geo redundant, geo replication storage, anything you can say. So what it does, it creates your one copy in one region and second copy in the second region. And region can be, let's say, if you talk about Europe, or let's say UK. So UK South is one region, UK West is another region, UK East is another region. So it gives you more security towards your data, and obviously it is more expensive. So this was all about data redundancy that we have, and you can expect at least 1 to 2 questions in your data interviews, trust me, because this is a really important step, because we as a data engineers need to just take step like how we should just choose the data redundancy. And we will just see this thing as well practically, because when we create storage account, we actually just select this thing. And obviously we are creating data lake, so it's fun. Okay. I just read your mind, and you are saying enough information is provided. Can we start building our project? Yes, sir. We can start building our project. And as I have promised, first of all, we will be creating a free Azure account so that you can all kickstart your learning journey. So let's create that. So to create an Azure free account, just go to your Google tab and just search Azure free account and hit enter. Then you will just see the first link. Just click on it, and here's the main screen. So here, instead of selecting pay as you go, you should select try Azure for free. Just click on it, and when you will click on it, it will ask you to just put your credentials. So if you do not have your Microsoft account, you can simply click on create one. Obviously you can use that account for like multiple purposes. It's just an email account. So if you do not have one, just create one. If you have, just put your email ID and password. So once you log in with your email account, so this is the screen that you should see. And as you can see on the right hand side, it is written that you can access these services for free for 12 months. Plus, you receive 200 US dollars for free for 30 days. And that's a big deal, because you can just use these credits to create resources such as Azure Data Factory, Azure Databricks, and these credits are enough to just complete this project. Do not worry at all, because $200 are a lot, trust me. Then 55 plus services always free, and you can just check the list on the website like what services are free, because the whole intent is to complete this project. So we have $200. We do not need to worry. Then you can just fill this form, and after you fill this form, you just need to click on sign up. Then it will just ask you to put your, I think, card details and all. Do not worry at all, because Azure asks you that detail so that it can confirm it is the same person will be using Azure account. So it will not deduct any money from your account. It is just for the confirmation, and it is a free account. It will not like just send you a bill. Do not worry at all. So once your 30 days are completed, it will just ask you to shut down your account, and if you do not, it will be automatically shut down. Do not worry at all. So it is free, and it is legal, it is ethic, whatever you want to say, you can say. It is normal. And I have also created my free account. Later I just converted into pay as you go, because I was just building more and more projects, and I was like, I fall in love with Azure, so I can't help. So basically, if you do not want to continue, you can just simply discontinue the account, and there's no need to even cancel that service. It will be automatically cancelled. So do not need to worry. Just put your credentials, like any card details, and it's fine, because it will just authenticate you that it is the same person who is using this Azure free account. Because obviously they are just giving you $200, and they need to confirm, okay, this is the right person. Simple. So once you have the account ready, then we need to just look at the data. I know you are really excited to see the data, like how it looks and how we're going to pull it, because we should have a data understanding, right? So let's look at that thing as well. So welcome. This is the destination of our data source. So this is the website of NYC Taxi, and now you will know why other people are not telling you how to just fetch data directly from this website. Now you will know. So just scroll down, and let's see, we have this data, and we have this data for, like, let's say 2023, 2022, 2021, and maybe from 2009, right? That's not an issue. Let's say we want to get this data for year 2023 for this project. So when I just click on this drop down, oh, I will see so many links. So many links. First of all, the good thing is we have data in the Parquet format, and I love this data source. This is the sole reason I have picked this data source, because I want you to learn about this file format, that is Parquet. Reason number one. Second reason, the one way to download this data is simply click on it. Let's say we are just analyzing green taxi trip records. So when I click on it, it will just download the file. Just see. I will just click on it. Just wait for it. Just wait for it. And then it will just ask me the location, right? So we can directly download this data And to do this, we need to just go on every month, Jan, Feb, March, April till December, and we can just download this data and we can manually upload this data. This step will be much, much, much easier. What's the hard step? Not the hard step, trust me, it will be very easy. Just be with me for like few minutes and I will explain you each and every step. And trust me, once you complete those steps, once you build those pipelines, you're gonna be like a pro. Trust me, I'm not kidding. So the second way is we can use APIs. We can use APIs directly on this website. So I will just right click on it and I will just copy the link to just show you. Copy link address. I will go to new tab and I will paste it. Just see, we have this API. I want to get the data using this HTTP connection. I want to build an HTTP connection with this API and I want to dynamically download data for every month. Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. I just forgot the month names. So we'll be just downloading all that data dynamically. What do I mean by dynamically? So the thing is, we are data engineers. We do not like doing tasks manually. We do not like repetitions. We build pipelines to do our task manually, to just automate everything. So, being a data engineer, why would I just go on every month and download this data? I want to build that great pipeline which will automatically go to every month one by one and download the data for me. This is the role of a data engineer. Why you are manually downloading this data, bro? This thing can be done by anyone then. Obviously, you'll be building some pipelines after manually downloading. No, I do not even want to download this data manually. I want you to be like be a powerful data engineer, be like a superhero that can do everything on his own. Do not need to just include manual steps. No, I want you to become that kind of data engineer, that efficient data engineer who can just do everything and obviously without any manual steps. This is the reason that I just picked this data source and this is really fun. So how we'll be doing, I will just explain you everything. This is just the data understanding. So for this project, we'll be using green taxi trip data for every month. This is you can say our main data source, and we have one lookup file as well that is here, that is related for like zones, like which zone you are talking about, like which taxi zone. This is a small file. This we can just upload it in the form of CSV because this is available in the form of CSV. Do not worry about that. I will just put the link, or you can say the file itself, in my GitHub repository. You can just download that file from my GitHub repository and you can just upload it manually. Just this lookup file, that's it, not the other files. This is the thing that I want to build, and once you complete this step, you're gonna be a pro data engineer, trust me. So this is a kind of data understanding, like this is our data source from where we are pulling the data. Obviously we will start with the basic steps. So with the basic steps, we will just upload these small files, like this is a CSV file, and I have a real-time scenario as well for that. And to just kickstart, we just need to go on our Azure portal account, because I'm really excited to show you each and everything. And now I know your excitement is skyrocketing because of this pipeline. To dynamically pull this data using Azure Data Factory, we'll be using parameterized data set, parameterized pipelines, loops. Yeah, we have loops in Azure Data Factory. Yeah, I will tell you each and everything. So we will be building this, and once we have the data, we will include our Databricks. That is our next phase of the data. So let me just quickly show you the architecture and our phase one of the project. So in the phase one, so let's say this is our phase one. So in this our phase one, we are covering this step. What we are doing, we are fetching the data from the source. We are using Azure Data Factory to ingest the data, and we are pushing this data to our raw zone, which is also known as bronze zone in the Parquet format. And we will be using data lake for that, right? This is our phase one. Let me just write it for you guys. And start taking notes. Start taking notes right now. Just bring your notebook, bring your pen, I don't know, just pause the video, just start taking notes, because it's very easy to just forget this. Once you write down something, once you write something, you are feeding your brain. So just pause this video, just bring your notebook right now, bring your pen right now, and start taking notes, because now we are just kickstarting our project and it's very important to note down everything. So just write this thing, that this is our phase one and this is our project. We will be dynamically pulling the data from the website. We will be dynamically going to each and every month and we will download the file directly. Automated solution within Azure Data Factory instead of manually uploading the files. Start taking notes right now. I'm just writing it for you. This is phase one, right? So this is phase one. So just start taking notes and just kickstart your Azure Data Engineering end-to-end project with me. Okay, let's see. So this is my repository. No, I'm not promoting my repository. I'm just going to my repository to show you how you can also access it. First of all, this is the link. I will just provide this link in the video's description as well. So once you land on this page, you can just click on the repositories and then you can just select this NYC Tech CDE project, click on it, and then you just need to go to raw data, and then here are your two small CSV files that we will be manually uploading in data lake, because these are small files and these are really the basic steps we will be performing first for those who are beginners, and for those who are like experienced ones, it will be a quick revision for you. And after loading this data, we are building that special pipeline. Don't worry at all, we are building that from scratch. So these are some two CSV files and you can download this in your computer, and I will show you how you can manually upload it. And in my previous project that I have uploaded, I have also shown how you can pull this data from GitHub as well. So if you want to watch that as well, I will just provide the link in the description. You can go and watch, but wait, first complete this project, then watch that one as well. Obviously, the more projects you will be building, the better your performance will be, and the better you can just answer the questions and obviously your resume as well. First complete this one, then you can just watch that one, because both are independent projects. There is no dependency at all. Don't worry at all, just focus on this one. Focus is the key. So just focus on this one. So you can download it, you can just click on it and it will be downloaded to your computer. That's it. So just download these files, because now we are just jumping directly onto the Azure portal and we will be creating all the resources. So let's see. So if you want to access your portal account, that is Azure portal account that you have just created, you just need to type portal.azure.com. You can just copy the link from here. You can just pause the video, just write portal. Let me just rewrite for you. Just write portal.azure.com. That's it, and click enter. So as you can see, we are finally landed on Azure portal. But why we cannot see the same screen that you are seeing? Because these are my recents that we have, like I have created so far. Do not worry at all, I am just like creating so many stuff. So let me click on favorite. So this is the screen that you should see. Like, this is the home page of our Azure portal. This was one of the reasons that I selected Azure as my first cloud account, or you can say first cloud environment as well, because of the UI. I love Azure UI, so it's really cool. So I know you are very excited to just look at the services and all these logos. Maybe you will be having a different set of services here because it just appears as we use. So do not need to worry. So are you excited? Because you are in your environment. You are in cloud environment right now. So just feel excited, bro. So without wasting your time, let's get started. First of all, we need to create something called resource group. As we already discussed, that all the resources will be stored in the folder, and that folder is called resource group. How you can create? You simply need to look at this search bar, right? Just search resource group, and you can just save your time by just clicking on this suggestion. Otherwise, you can just type full. Just click on it, resource group, and these are all like my resource group that I already have. Just ignore these. Click on this create button, and then you need to write your name. So whatever you name you need to give, so you can give, you are allowed to choose any name. So Let me say I will give it NYC taxi. NYC taxi. Okay. And it will just search, do we have that group available? Yes, that group name is available. As you can see, a green check. If you do not see this green check, you can just try different names. Do not need to worry. And I will say NYC taxi RG. RG means resource group. And let me just put RG in the beginning. Okay. And it is also available. Nice. Then we need to pick the region. You can pick any region. Do not need to worry because you are just building a hobby project. You do not need to worry about the performance of the resources. Do not need to worry. Just pick any resource, like any region for the resource. Then just click on the next. Then what are these tags? So these are basically very handy when we need to just categorize our bell, like which resource group is contributing to more and more bells. So do not need to worry. Just click on next and it will just validate it, and validation is passed. So now we finally click on create button. Click on it. So now it is creating our resource group. Oh, it is created. It is really quick. Okay. Now it is giving us the button that we can go to our resource group. Do not worry. If you do not see this button, simply go on home tab, right? Then you can just click on resource groups, right? And then you can just select your resource group that you have recently created. Mine is this one. I will click on this and then I will see my resource group. Wow, it is empty. Yes, obviously it is empty because we have not created any resources. So our first resource should be, tell me in the comments what it should be. First is data lake. So I am going to create a data lake and I'm also gonna cover one interview question, one very important interview question. Let me tell you. So if we want to create a data lake, we need to create something called storage account. And within that storage account, we get 4 services: blob storage, tables, file shares, and there's one more. What's that? I don't know. I will just see it because we really use that. Oh yeah, queues. So it is just for like real-time streaming and messages. We store messages in that particular service. Do not need to worry because we'll be just using blob storage. But we just said that we will be using data lake. Now, what is this blob storage? So there is a question behind it because by default, when we create a storage account, we just get blob storage. How we can convert that blob storage into a data lake question, into a data lake is a question. So let's cover that as well. Simply click on this plus create button because now we can just click on this and we can create our resource. It will just take us to the marketplace. Now what is this marketplace? So basically it's a destination where we can just create our resources. So there are third-party applications as well, as you can see, Kali Linux, Red Hat, PowerShell, and obviously we have Microsoft ones as well. So storage account, we just need to type storage account. Just click on it. So we have so many services. See, Digistorm, Virtual Cloud, but we need to pick this one, Microsoft one. As you can see, the brand Microsoft. Just click on it. Okay, then click on this create button. And then here is your configuration page. So basically, first of all, we need to put this resource group. As you know that we have already created our resource group, so we do not need to create one. But if you have missed creation of your resource group, you can still create it. You have the option of like create new, you can create it, but it is a good practice to create the Azure resource group beforehand, creating these services or resources. So we already have this. Then the important step, we need to name our storage account, and this should be unique. You cannot pick my name that I'll be putting here because this should be unique throughout the Azure network. So let's say I put my storage account name such as NYC Taxi Data Lake. Let's see if it is available. I don't think so. It should be because it is very popular one. So NYC Taxi Storage. It is also not available. What? Let me put my name. Yeah, it is available. NYC Taxi Storage Ansh. Wow, good name. So you can just do this thing as well. You can just write NYC Taxi Storage and then put your name because it will be unique. So you can just easily get it. Then we need to pick the region. So We will be just putting it same, then primary service. This is the thing. This is the thing. Here we can just select blob storage as well. No need to worry because we will be selecting from the main area. It is not main area because I will just explain the concept as well there. That's why. Then performance, we can just put like pick standard and premium. So I personally put standard as my default one. And here is the step that is redundancy that we discussed in our slides. Here you are seeing that it is by default giving us GRS, which is the maximum secured, you can say, data, but our data is not much critical. So we will be just selecting the cheapest one, LRS, that is locally redundant storage. So see, the slide that we went through in the beginning is a practical scenario. That was not just a theoretical concept. Then we need to click on next, because here is our question. If we want to convert a blob storage into a data lake, we need to check this box, hierarchical namespace, this one. What is the magic behind this when we just check this box, like, and just tell us the difference between blob storage and hierarchical namespace? Let me tell you. So basically, let's say this is our blob storage, right? And within this blob storage, we get containers, container 1, container 2, container 3, and we can just save the files between these containers, let's say 1, 2, 3, or maybe multiple ones, right? What is the what is the requirement to create a data lake then? Because we can save our files, right? Let me tell you why do we need data lake. So this is all about blob storage, right? Let me just show you the architecture of data lake. So if we want to create a data lake, let's say we have this data lake, we have these containers, but I want to create folders within these containers, like this folder 1, folder 1, folder 1. I want to create another folder within this folder, folder 2, folder 2, folder 2. So this is the hierarchy of folders, and within these folders I want to save my files, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we want to create these folders, I have to check this box, hierarchical namespace. Take notes immediately. Immediately. This is a very common question, and I hope like this is a fundamental question that most of the people like to skip. But this is the difference between blob storage and data lake. And why we use data lake? Because we want to store data within different folders in the world of big data. So that's why we prefer using data lake, right? So this was a really good question, and just take notes of this question. Okay, just go on next. And we do not need to change anything because we need to keep public access using all the networks. Then next, then data protection is fine, encryption is fine, tags obviously we do not need. Then next, then it will just review it and validate it. And once the validation is done, then we are good to create our storage account. Yes, now we can just click on create. Now it will just create our storage account for us. Data lake, data lake, data lake, data lake, instead of blob storage. So it is in progress. As you can see, deployment is in progress. It should just take, I think, few seconds, and after that we will have our data lake ready. And then we will create containers, layers, bronze, silver, gold. As you saw in our data architecture that we have different layers, so we will create 3 different layers: bronze, silver, and gold. Here is our data lake ready. So we can either go to click on go to resource, or simply just go to home tab and then just click on your resource group. And now you should see this storage account in your resource group, because now we have one resource. Click on it, and then let me just show you the 4 services that we got. See, containers, this is our data lake, file shares, queues, tables. So if we create blob storage, we do not see this data lake button. No, we just see a column and row type of table instead of this container. So now this is acting as a data lake. So now you can see plus container button, just click on it, and now we will be creating 3 containers. One is for bronze. Okay, perfect. Then create another one, silver, click another one, gold. So these are our 3 layers of our storage account. Wow. Wow means wow. This is done. We have prepared our data. Now it's time to load this data. So as we talked about, so first of all, let me just go to the bronze folder. And here, as you can see, plus add directory, this option is not available in blob storage. No, because you cannot create directory. Directory means folders. You cannot create folders. So now I'll be creating folder for what? For 2 files. One is trip type and second is trip zone. So we will be creating 2 different folders and we will be saving that data, that CSV files within that folder. So I will tell you that as well. Click on plus add directory and let's say I will give name as trip type. Click on save, right? And then I will create one more directory. This is trip zone. Perfect. So now we have 2 folders. Third folder is coming, bro. Third folder is coming directly from the API. Don't worry. These 2 are like our manual uploads. So how we can do this? Just click on this folder and click on this upload button. So this is the thing that everyone is doing for all the data, but we are using API. Right? Yeah, yes, because I want you to learn. I want you to learn and grow. And when you just tag me, when you just like tag me, let's say in your LinkedIn post, like we have done this, we have completed 20% of this project and we are learning so much, I feel happy. I literally feel happy that you are learning and growing. So you can just simply click on upload button and then you can just click on browse for files. It will just show you the directory of your personal computer and you can just pick that file. As you can see, I have uploaded this trip type.csv file and I will just click on upload and it is done. Simply the same thing I need to just do with trip zone and just click on upload. You can see trip zone lookup.csv file is also uploaded. I will click on upload. So just make sure you have uploaded the right file under the right folder like trip zone, trip type, done. So this was the manual stuff. Our data lake is ready. Now it's time to create our second resource. And what's that? Azure Data Factory. So how we can create it? You already know. So we simply need to go on home tab and then we just need to select Azure Data Factory. Hit enter. Oh, just write Data Factory. Yeah, click on Data Factories and then you will see plus button. You can just simply click on plus create. This is one way of doing it, or what you can do, just simply go to your resource group and then you can just click on this plus create button. It will create the resource within this resource group. Click on plus create and then search here Data Factory. Click enter, hit enter. So pick Data Factory of Microsoft brand and yes, click on create. Same steps. Now as you can see, our resource group, our resource group is already filled because we created it before. Now we need to name it. So what name we can just give it? So let's say I want to give ADF NYC taxi, if it is available. Yeah, it is available. It is taken. Let's say I will put my name. Yeah, it is available. So you can just do the same stuff like ADF NYC taxi and just put your name. Then rest of the things are same. Next, 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 and then just click on create. So this will create your Azure Data Factory, which is cloud ETL tool. And yes, you will be learning that tool from scratch. That's a great tool. That's a really great tool. So it is created. That's nice. It is created. So either you can just click on this go to resource, or I will just show you the manual thing, which is go to resource group and just click on this Data Factory. So when I just click on it, it will just launch my studio. See, launch studio. Click on it and you will finally land on Azure Data Factory Studio. Wow, wow, wow. This is your home page of Azure Data Factory. This is your home page. Don't feel overwhelmed because I'll be explaining each and everything from scratch, how you can just learn this tool. This is not a like this is really fun, bro. This is really fun. Just be with me for a few more minutes and you will feel so much confident with the Azure Data Factory. First of all, let's start with this thing. What is this pencil button? So this is basically the canvas which we'll be using to create our pipelines, to create all the activities. This is our main tab in which we will be working most of the time. Then we have something called monitor tab. See, in which, let me just click on it. So in this monitor tab, we monitor our pipelines. We monitor our triggers, pipelines, everything. Like which pipeline is failed, which pipeline is running, since how long. So all those monitoring activities, we do it under this tab. Then we have something called manage. In this manage tab, we just manage our resource. Let's say we have link services. What is link service? We'll tell you. Wait. Integration on times, purview, git configuration, ARM template, triggers. If we want to manage all these, we have a dedicated tab for it that's called manage. Then this is like learning center. You do not need to worry about that. So let me first tell you what is a linked service, because that's the thing we are just creating right now. Basically, linked service is just a fancy term, fancy name or fancy term. I just mixed both. So it's a fancy term slash fancy name for connections. For connections. Let me tell you, let's say this is our Azure Data Factory. Let me draw it. My drawing is good. No, my drawing is not good. Sorry. So let's say this is Azure Data Factory. So let's say this is Azure Data Factory, and this is your source. It can be anything: data lake, your SQL database, our Git account, our NYCDXC website, anything. This is our source. Let me just write. Bro, take notes. I'm just writing it just for you. I'm just putting so much of effort just for you. Just take notes. Source. This is our source, right? And this is our destination. This is our destination. This destination can be anything. Maybe let's say data lake, Azure SQL database, anything. So this is our destination. So in Azure, we call it as sink as well. So when we call sink, that means destination, right? Destination slash sink. Simple. So if we want to pull this data from the source, and if we want to push this data to sink, we need something called connections. Let's say one connection here that can connect with source, one connection here that can connect with sink. So these connections are called linked service. This is linked service 1. Let me write it for you. This is linked service 1. This is linked service 2, or you can say connection 1, connection 2, because obviously we need connection. How we can just connect with any data source? Using a connection, right? That connection is known as linked service. Understood? Obviously my data community is very smart. So it's time to create one linked service. So basically, first of all, we will create linked service with our data lake account. With our data lake account. So if you just click on, let me just show you again how you can do that. Overall, how satisfied or dissatisfied are you with the Azure Data Factory? And it is not giving me any button to close it. So I have to rate it 5 star. Very smart, very smart. Let's submit it because it is really good. Do you have a movement? No, bro. No, we don't have. So if you want to create a link service, we will simply create a link service by clicking on this plus new button. So as you all know that we are just trying to pull our data directly from the website, and we will push our data to the data lake called bronze container, Okay, sorted. Click on plus new, and here it is asking for like which type of link service you want to create. We want to build a connection with HTTP. That is a kind of, you can say, API as well. So we will select HTTP connection, click on it, click on continue. Click on this continue. Oops, I mistakenly clicked escape button. So sorry about that. So I will simply pick HTTP, click on it and click on continue. Then we need to name it. I will name it as, let's say, NYC web, because we are just pulling the data from the website. So NYC web. And then here is the thing. It is saying, okay, bro, I can create a link service for you. I can create a connection with you with this name, but can you please provide me the URL? Because obviously it needs URL to visit that website. And it is asking us for just base URL. What is base URL? Base URL is the, you can say, domain name dot something like .com, .net. So the initial part of the URL is also known as base URL. We need to provide it here, and let me show you how you can get that. So simply, so this is your data, and as we just talked about that, we are just pulling 2023 data because 2024 is still running, so it doesn't make any sense to pull half data, and we will be just pulling 2023 data. And this is the link. So if we just click on any green taxi trip records, so because we are just pulling green taxi trip records, because we are analyzing green taxi trip data. So if we just click on this, right click on it, copy link address and just paste it here. This is your full URL. This is your full URL. What is this? This is your full URL. So if we want to just get the base URL is still .net before the first slash that we have. See, let me just show you. Oops. See, till .net. This is your base URL. So I will simply copy this and I will paste it here. This is my base URL. Okay. So authentication type is anonymous because this is open source, and we can just click on test action. See, we can click on test action. So I will click on it and I will see if my connection is successful or not. Yes, my connection is successful. So I will simply click on plus create. So my link service is done. My link service is done. Now we need to create one link service for our data lake as well, because this is our destination. This is our destination. So this is our source. Now we need connection for destination. Our destination is data lake gen 2. Do not select gen 1, select gen 2. Just read it carefully, and I will just name it as data lake. Not data lake. Okay, let's say data lake storage. This is our link service name, data lake storage. And then we need to just pick the subscription. Then we need to pick the storage account name. In your scenario, it will be only one. In my scenario, there are many because I have so many data storages. I need to search like which one to pick and which one to not to pick. So this is the one, NYC Taxi Storage Ansh. So this is the one. So this is the storage account that I have picked. And I will also test this connection as well. So I will simply click on test connection. It is successful. Click on create button. Now we have two link services. One is for NYC web. Then we have data lake storage. That means we are good to load our data from web. Not really, but yeah, we are on that path. Let me just show you. Once our link service is done, finally we need to click on this author tab. So when we click on it, wow, what's that? This is our main canvas. This is our main canvas. Okay, can you please tell us like what's these things? So basically we have like pipelines, CDCs, data sets, data flows, Power Query. So these are some of the options that we have under this author tab. What's the main one for us? For us is pipelines. Just click on this drop down. Okay, obviously you won't see anything because we haven't created anything. So simply click on these three dots and click on new pipeline. Click on new pipeline. Wow, what just popped up? So basically these are activities that we have within Azure Data Factory pipelines, and this is just the pipeline name. So what name you want to give? You are allowed to give any. So I will just say NYC web to data lake. Wow, nice name. Okay, and what did I just do? I simply clicked on this button and just hide this tab because I need more space. I need more space. So first of all, what are these activities? So these are basically different types of activities based on our requirements that we do. And let me just show you the main activity that we use. And you cannot perform anything without that activity. One that I'm talking about is Azure Data Factory copy activity. Either you can search, copy, or you can simply click on this move and transform button. So this is the activity that is responsible to move our data from source to sink, from source to sink. Perfect. And how we can use it? Simply click on it and drag it here. Wow. Yes. So this is our copy data activity. What it will be doing? Let me just show you again. So this will pick our source. This is web, right? And it will store our data into our data lake. It is not database. This is data lake. It will pick the data from here, push the data here. How? Because we have something called source and sink, and I just mentioned sink as a destination. So we need to just configure it. We just need to I just clicked on escape button. You can just click on this copy data again and you will just see this thing. Don't worry, don't panic, don't panic. So simply click on source or sink to configure it, to configure it. Yes. So let me just show you. First of all, let's give it a name. Let's say copy NYC data, because we should give just meaningful names to our activities. It is really a good practice. So we have given the name, that's fine. Okay, then we need to click on source. Okay, now what is this source data set? Yes, this is the second thing that we need to discuss. What's that? So basically, let me show you the website. This is our website. This is our link, like this is .net, but but we have built the connection with our Azure Data Factory with this whole website, with this whole web page, right? We need to tell Azure Data Factory, hey bro, this is your connection, this whole thing is your connection, but within whole this page, within this whole web page, we need this file, we need only this file, this file, this is our data, and this is called data set. This is the concept of data set, because within the linked service we need to mention that what is our data set. What is our data set? This is our data set. And how we will be telling this? That's why I copied this API in a separate tab. So if we want to tell the data set, like what is our data set, we will tell, hey bro, this is your link service. As we know, this is your link service, but this thing is my data. This is my data set. So now we need to provide this URL to Azure Data Factory so that it can find your data set. It can find your actual data. Understood? I know it can sound, it can be sounding like confusing, but don't worry, because you are really learning a complex concept, and once you do it, you will feel much more confident and you will be ahead of many other developers. Trust me. So this is our link. This is our relative URL. This term is called relative URL. Relative URL, because APIs consist of base URL and relative URL or URI. So this is our relative URL. Understood? This is just the concept. Now we will be doing it practically. So for that, I just need to copy this rest of the link. So I will simply copy it. Let me just zoom it for you guys. Don't worry. See, I will just copy this trip till packet. So because this is my file, this is my exact file that I need. I will simply copy it and I will create my source data set now, because now I have that link. Did you understand that concept? If yes, it's good. If no, still it is good, because I also, when I was learning about these concepts, I used to watch that particular part like at least 10 times, and I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Even if you understood this, you can still rewatch this part again. You can, so that you can just absorb that knowledge. You can absorb it to retain it for the longer time, right? So just rewatch this thing, then we are just performing it practically, right? So we do not have any data set now. So we will simply click on it plus new, and we know that our data is an HTTP file. Then what is the type of file? We are dealing with Parquet file format, which is very much in demand. So we will simply click on it. Oops, I clicked on escape button because I'm just explaining that thing with markers and all. So I have to click. So don't mind, please, please, please. So I will simply click on HTTP, right? Then continue. Then this Parquet file. Click on continue. Then we need to name our data set. So I will name it as, let's say, NYC dataset, and I will put src, that will define it as a like source, right? Then do we have link service? Yes, we do have link service. Even if you do not have, you can click on plus new, but again it's a good practice to create, right? So simply click on nyc web. Then it is asking you to provide the relative url. Just paste your url here, that's it, and simply click on ok. So this is your source. This is your source. You have created your source data set. Now, the same thing you need to do with sync as well. So now we will be just creating our sync data set as well, because we know we need to push this data to a folder called trips data. And obviously we will be creating a data set for it, right? So we will simply go to sync and we will click on plus new, and this time our data set obviously is data lake gen 2. And which file format you want to pick? Obviously Parquet files are the best. Oops, my escape button. So sorry, so sorry, so sorry. I'm just trying to explain you with that marker, so I have to click on escape. So sorry, can't help. Click on continue, and then obviously Parquet, click on continue. Then we need to pick our data set. So what we'll be doing, we will say nyc raw, or let's say I will add sync, nyc raw sync, because this is raw data. Link service, we have already created it. Then file system, we need to give the destination. You can click on this small button. Then you need to just click on this bronze, because we are just pushing our data to bronze layer. Click on this folder bronze, and within that it will just show us the available folders, but we do not need to select any of them because we will be creating a new one. How we can create it? It's very simple. Click on first OK. I'm telling you OK. Then the directory button, directory tab is empty. We can just give any name. Let's say I want to name my folder as trips data, trip 2023. Let's say trip 2023 data. Trip or trips, okay. And what should be the file name? No need to just pick the file name because it will automatically feed the file name from the source. There's no need to do that. So then we need to import schema. No, we do not need to import schema. Click on none, and then click on OK. Click on OK. Once it is done, our copy activity is completed. Really? Yeah, to some extent, yeah, because I'm just trying to explain you the concept how copy activity works. So when I run this activity, it should pull data. Which data? Which data? This data. It should pull this data for me. But for now, just one data file, because it is a static pipeline, not dynamic. So for now, it should just give me this file, only this file. Let me just run it. Once it is successful, we will be just converted into a dynamic pipeline. We will add parameters, and I will tell you how you can do that. But for that, you need to understand this concept as well. Simply click on this debug button, and this is debug button that we use to run our pipelines. So it will just show the status here, and I love seeing green status. Just kidding, because when you see errors, you actually learn how to solve those errors. So it's always amazing when you see errors, not all the time. Okay, let's wait till this copy activity is completed. Okay, it is succeeded. It is succeeded. Congratulations, you have created your first pipeline in Azure Data Factory, and you have pulled data directly from the API. And I want to just confirm this. I will simply go to my storage account, and I will just refresh this. Let me show you how I just went there, because if you guys just forgot, you just need to go to your resource group, go to your storage account, go to your containers, and then you should go to your bronze layer. Then you should see a new folder that is automatically created by Azure Data Factory. Click on it. Oops, click on it. Yeah, then we have another folder inside it. It is automatically created by that link, trip data. Then we have this file. Wow, 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 wow. We have automatically pulled the data from API, and this is our Parquet file. This is our Parquet file. Are you feeling good? Because you have created your first data pipeline, which is automatically pulling data. But now it's time to level up. It's time to level up. I want all these files, all the files, like 2023-01, that is for January. Then I want February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, all the months. And it's common sense. When we have a link for January, it is ending with 01. For February, it is 02. For March, it is 03. For December, it is 12. I want to run a loop. If you are coming from a programming background, it is similar to for loop. If you are not coming from a programming background, still just do not put much focus on this loop. So basically loop is used to just iterate through different values. Let's say we will be just putting a range from 1 to 12. I want to run such a thing which will iterate through each and every number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, because I want to dynamically change this number. Let me zoom it. This 01. Oh, it is too zoomed. I want to dynamically change this number, bro. I want to dynamically change this number. I want this number for first iteration, it is 01. For second iteration, I want 02. For third iteration, 03. What it will be doing? It will bring me all the files first for January, February, March, April till December. Wow. I know you got the concept. I know you got the logic. I know you got the architecture. But now, how we can just parameterize it? How we can dynamically change this number? Because obviously, one way of doing it, which is explained by almost everyone, which is you can just repeat this copy activity 12 times. Obviously, this is a solution, bro. Just come on, let just think about it. This is one of the solutions. You can just copy this copy activity multiple times, and you can just change the source. And how you can just change the source? Simply click on this your pencil button, which is the edit of your data set. When you click on it, it will give you the link that you have provided. So you will say, hey bro, I can just change the link 12 times, and I can just perform this activity 12 times, and this will complete the task. The answer is yes, it will complete the task, but being an efficient data engineer, you will be running this pipeline 12 times, and you will be consuming so much of processing. Just forget about processing. Just forget about processing. You, as a data engineer, should not run the same activity 12 times. You are a data engineer, you are a cloud data engineer. You need to make one pipeline which will be iterating through each and every link and will copy the data for you. So I know that is one of the solutions, and this solution is talked about many of others. Like I have already seen like this kind of solution everywhere, but in the real world, do we do that? No, we do not perform these kind of solutions. We build dynamic pipelines which will dynamically change the link. So let me give you a kind of overview plus the working. So let's say this is about 2023. Let's suppose we have this file name, and instead of 01 we have something called x, not your x, x variable, right? We have x. I don't have x, you have x. So this, let's suppose this is your x, right? So if we do not have 01 and we have a variable called x here in the file name, in the file location, right? Let's say you have 01 in your file name, obviously, but replace that 01 with x for some time. For some time, you have put x variable in place of 01. Let me replace it. This is my x. Oh, my handwriting, man. I should be a doctor. This is x, right? This is x. Now, I will change the value of this x like 01 for first iteration. For second time, I will put this x value as 02. Third time, I will put this x value as 03. For December month, I will put this value as 12. Will this behave as a dynamic solution? Yes. This is the solution that you should make. You have to include a parameter. That's called parameterized pipeline. You need to include a parameter. Once you include that parameter in your location, you can change the value of it. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. We have completed our solution with X, with your X. Now it's time how we can change the value of these. So that's where we will be using for loop. And within Azure, we call it as for each activity. Let me write it for you because I'm assuming you are making notes. And if you are not making notes, don't talk to me. And if you are making notes, lots of love. So we'll be writing something called for each, for each activity. So this is the activity. This is similar to copy activity. This is one of the activities that we have within Azure. So this is the for each activity which will act as a for loop, and we will change the value of this 01, 02, 03 till 12, and we will change the value of this parameter. Sorted. I know. This is like very exciting solution, and you should rewatch this part again and again if you want to enhance your skills. That's up to you, because I watched these kinds of like solution. I practiced these kinds of solution many times, and that's why I'm able to explain you these concepts. And I want you to just learn all these things for free. I do not want you to pay for anything. Just follow my instructions and you will be learning a lot. So we understood everything. Now it's time to actually do it. We have understood that we need to create one data set which is parameterized data set. Instead of taking this fixed URL, we will be just creating a parameter inside it. How we can do it? We can create a new one as well, or we can just change this one as well. So it's up to you. I will just change this one because it will be easy for you to relate. So first of all, we can just see the parameters here. Click on it and create plus new, and I will name it as P, let's say month, because it is changing month, right? What is the default value? Nothing. We do not want to put any default value, just put nothing. Okay, just go to connection again and then click on this box. Then you should see add dynamic content. It is accepting dynamic content. We will click on it, and it is an empty expression builder. So what we'll be doing, first we will just copy this URL. Just copy it because we need to remove 01 specifically, right? First copy it, then click on add dynamic content, just paste your URL here. Same. I know this is same. Now is the step where we will be just including this parameter. So now we will be replacing this one with this P month. And how you can do that, let me show you. Just watch it carefully. Just remove one. Okay, now it is our string, right? So you can just relate this concept with f string if you are coming from Python background. If not, do not worry about that. It is very simple. So this is our string. This is our string. We will be adding variable. So if I write p month here directly, will it treat it as a variable? No. Why? Because it will see, okay, this is the file name. Maybe the file name is having a name such as like 2023 hyphen 0 and then p month. It can be a file name, it can be a destination, but we need to tell, hey bro, p month is not a string, it is a variable. And how we can tell? We need to simply write at the rate, then curly braces, and then we need to write this dataset dot p month, because this is a parameter name, and then dataset. Simple. Once you write this whole thing, let me zoom it for you. This whole thing will be treated as variable. Do not make any mistake. Let me just zoom it for you so that you can just note it down carefully, and you can just take notes, and just you can just paste this thing in your Azure portal account as well. So just note it down. Once it is done, click on OK. Now it is parameterized. Now this thing is parameterized. Now this copy activity is parameterized, and the proof of it, it is asking me to provide the value of this x, this p month, this parameter. It is saying, hey bro, just give me the value. I know that you have created a parameter, but what's the value? I will say, bro, wait, I will not provide the value. My loop will provide the value. So here comes the another thing. We will create a activity called for each activity. Just search for each or just for, drag it here. And first of all, I will name it as like for each. So then we will click on settings. Then we will click on settings. First thing that we need to tick, do we need to sequentially load the data like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Yes. Okay. Check on it. Then items. It is saying, I am ready to run a loop, but give me something to run a loop. Give me an array. Give me a list. Give me something. I will say, I will provide to you. Just see this box. Click on it, add dynamic content. Perfect. Now we need to run a loop from 1 to 10. So now we'll be just looking at some functions available within this activity. So as you can see, collection function, conversion date, and so many functions. So it should be in the collection functions. And I know like it should be related to something called range. So we'll just search that thing. Do we have it here? No. And maybe it is in math functions. Add man mix range. Yes, it is in the math function. So now we will just give the range of our functions. So it is just giving the suggestion as well. The function called lagged or had more parameters required 5, anything. Just click on it, add dynamic content. I just mistakenly click on that thing. So I know it is a range function. So we need to give the start point and the ending point. My start point is first, my ending point is 12. Simple. So what it will be doing, it will just run this loop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It will return these values. It will return these values. That's what I want. So what I'll be doing, I will simply cut this activity. Hey, how did you cut it? Control X. Simple. I just cut this activity. I will click on it. I will go to this activities tab, and I will click on this pencil button, and then I will just paste this activity here because I want to run a loop on this copy activity. So what I did, I inserted this copy activity inside the loop. So what this activity will be doing, so this is my for each loop, and as we know, I'm so thirsty, man. So it will return us value one by one. First of all, it will return 1. Wow, we need this value, we will use it here. Then second time it will return 2. Wow, we need this value, we will use it here. Then after some iterations, it will return 12. Wow, we need this value here. So what are we doing? We are using the output of that loop, and we are using that output to fill the parameter of our copy activity. Simple? Yes. So I will simply click on it, copy activity, click on source where you are asked to provide the value. So here again, we will providing the dynamic content. Click on this dynamic content, and then we need to use the output of this loop for each activity. So simply you can see for each item. So we will just put the same thing here. So click on it, click on p month, add dynamic content, click on this thing. You can either click on this, or if you remember what's the name, you can use item as well. So it's same thing. If you will just remove it, you should see the same thing. If I just remove it, let's say, oops, it's hanged or what? See, the same thing. Let me remove it. Bro, why are not letting me to remove it? Oh man. Let me click on cancel. Again, add dynamic content. Then we will say, oops. Let me click on cancel. So now we need to fill this p month. So if you want to fill the p month, we need to use the output of for each. Simply click on add dynamic content. paste your cursor here. Azure, do not mess up. I'm recording, I'm streaming. So click on this for each. So what it will be doing, it will give me the iterated value every time. So first time it will give me 1, second time it will give me 2, third time it will give me 3. So far it will give me like 12. Simple. There's one more catch. Just last. That's not a catch. I think you should be aware of that. And you should be curious to like see that thing as well. So let's forget about this copy activity for now. Let me just cut it and let me just go to the main activity and let me just paste it back to the place. Before doing this, let me deactivate it. How you can do it, deactivate it? Let's see, like this. So if you just deactivate it, so simply go to general and deactivate it. Let's see. I want to see the output. I want to run this activity alone. I want to see like what happens when we run this. Do you want to see that? Let me show you. So if I just click on debug button, it will ask me, you should have at least one activity. So we have to put one activity at least to see the output. And what we can just put inside it. We have an activity called wait activity, which doesn't do anything, which will just wait for like few seconds and next iteration will run. This is very important because you need to see the output of this, because you need to pass this value in your parameter. So what I will do, I will just cut it and I will just go inside this activities and I will paste it here. Simple. Now I can run this. Now I will just click on debug button because I want to see the output of this for each activity. If there are any errors, we should just tackle it before, right? So 1 is done. So it will be just running 12 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is the proof of your iteration. I'm just doing some extra work so that you can learn. And don't worry, if you are not grabbing the whole concept in one go, it's fine. It's fine. Even if you are grabbing 10 to 20%, it's fine. You can rewatch this part again and again. It's fine because it will refine your knowledge. So I think it has run 12 times. Let's see. So let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, see, it ran 12 times. It ran 12 times. I want to see the output of this for each activity. How you can see it? You just need to click on this exit button. So it is empty and the input is items count 12. See, items count 12. So now it's fine and it's proved that it ran 12 times. Now we can use this in our copy activity. So this was a kind of validation that you should always do. So now it's time to actually use the previous step that we were performing, so that now at this stage we are sure that our loop is running 12 times and returning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So finally, let's create that step again. Let's click on Control X, click on this activity, go on the activities, click on this pencil button, remove this activity. We will put our new activity, which is our main activity, copy activity. And yes, do not forget to activate it. Click on activated. Simple. So now in the source, yes, we need to put value of our parameter. Now we are sure that we can put that value, that is item. Click on it, add dynamic content, click on this for each item. What item means? Item means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One time it will get 1, second time 2, third time 3, like this. Click on OK. Okay, finally our solution is ready. Click on this main pipeline. This is the parent one. Click on this. Now before running this, I want to remove the data for trip data that we have already loaded, because that was just for like let's say one file. That was static data. So I have removed that file now. And how did I remove it? Just click on it and just click on 3 dots and delete. That's it. Simple. Now, are you excited to run this solution? Because this is the last step of our phase 1 of our project, and it is really important. And I know, like, till so far you have learned so much, and I know that you didn't grasp 100% of it. Even if you grasp 10% of it, it is fine. The next time you will watch this part, you will gain at least 50%, and the third time it will be 100%. Trust me, because obviously your mind needs some time to think, to absorb, and when you repeat those steps, it can think better, right? So first we will just complete this solution, and promise me that you will rewatch rewatch this part again, just for me, at least one time. I'm not saying like repeat it for like two to three times, no. Just watch it for like one more time for me. Even if you grasp 100% of it, trust me, when you watch it for one more time, you will learn a lot. Trust me, just for me, right? So let me just click on this debug button. And even if we see errors, do not feel overwhelmed. Errors are the part of projects. And if you are not seeing errors, that means you are not learning. That doesn't mean we should see errors, but do not feel like pity, or do not feel dumb if you see errors. No. So let me just refresh. Okay, one activity is done. I should see copy activity 12 times, but I'm not doing it. My pipeline is doing it for me. That is our dynamic pipeline. Let me click on refresh to see how many are done. Two are done. Let's wait. Let's wait. Do not need to refresh again and again. And trust me, bro, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Once you know, my hair is so messy, bro. So trust me, once you complete this step, or once you learn this skill, I will call it a skill, because you need to be creative as well, to use a loop, to use parameters. Once you feel confident, once you can say that, yeah, I can just rebuild this solution like this. Just give me a question, just give me a scenario, I will just rebuild the solution like this. You will learn a lot. You will grow a lot. Trust me. Because this is a kind of solution that not everyone knows. So if you want to be competitive, learn this. if if you just want to be normal and just be the part of the crowd, okay, just repeat that copy activity 12 times and just run that, and just feel happy about that. Only if you want to be competitive, follow my instructions. Follow my instructions. I am also learning daily. I am also learning these things. I'm just trying to share this knowledge with you so that you can grow as well. I hope you're getting my point. Why I'm just putting so much pressure on it. Trust me, bro. Trust me. I saw your comments and I know that you trust me a lot. It's my responsibility to provide you the value education. I'm not just here for like some views. I just want you to provide best quality of education, best quality of knowledge in the world of data engineering. Trust me. Let's refresh it. Let's see. Okay. Many copy activities are already done. Like 1, 2, 3. I should see all the months. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Every data dynamically in my bronze layer. And once we have that, then we are good with our phase one. Then we will just enter into the phase two. That will be very fun because that is Databricks, PySpark, big data, and all. Okay, one failed. Why? Let's read the message. By the way, let me count the number of copy activities that we have, because other succeeded and one failed. Three failed. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And after 9, it is failing like 10, 11, 12. Like, why? Why did you just give me like data for 9 months and after that 10, 11, 12 is failing? Let me just see. Uh, do we have anything here? What's the message? Oh, did you catch the error? I caught it. I caught it. I caught it. So the error is, if you see it carefully, our location is 0, 1, 0. 0, 1, 0 instead of 1, 0, because when we enter to two digits, we do not need to include 0. This is the error. Okay, we can just tackle this error, no worries. But this error was really important, because this will even level up your thing, because I was not expecting this error. This is new to me as well. So now I will show you how you can tackle this error, because obviously when we have 1 to 9, we put it at 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3 till 0, 9. But after 10, like after 9, we have 10. We do not need to put 0. We do not need to put 0. So how we can tackle this? Let me show you. So this was not planned. This is very spontaneous, and trust me, I know when I'll be just sharing you this solution, you'll be feeling like, what, can we do this as well? Yes, and trust me, this is like a cherry on the cake. This error was cherry on the cake. I was not expecting this error, and to tackle this error we need to include one more important activity, and which is really important for you to learn as well. So I think it was planned by God so that you can learn more. Okay, let's deal with it, bro. So what we can do, first of all, we need to enter this loop, because our loop is running fine. Our loop is running from 1 to 12. No complaints, no complaints. Okay, let's go inside this. We know that when we just go inside this, okay, let me click on open. So we know this is our link for relative URL. We know that when our number is reaching till 9, this activity is running fine. But when it is reaching 10, we do not need this 0. We do not need this 0. Are you getting my point? We do not need the 0. So in that scenario, what you can do, so first of all, just cancel it. We will use if condition. We will use what? If condition. So what we will say in that if condition, let me bring that if condition for you. This gonna be really a real world scenario and genuinely an industry level solution, because in industries, or let's say in organizations, we just validate our data through these activities. Okay, so this was not planned, this is like planned by God. So first of all, in if condition, what we will be doing, we will give the condition, and we know the condition. What condition do we know? Click on it. And what is the condition? We know that, first of all, click on this activities button so that you can just give the condition. This is the name of condition. If you want to rename it, it's up to you. I don't want to do that. Okay, this is the expression. What's the condition? We just discussed, if our number is reaching till 9, this activity is working fine. If it is reaching double digit number, let's say 10, 11, 12, in this scenario we have only till 12. What about when we have like 80, 90 pipelines, right? Then what we'll be doing, we will create if condition, and we will say, if let me write it for you, just take notes, if our number, that is the page number, or you can say month number, if month less than equals to 9, then this is running fine. If it is greater than 9, then remove 0. Remove what? Remove 0. So we will create or duplicate this copy activity, and we will remove 0 from that URL. What are you doing? We will remove 0 from that URL. This is the if condition. So let me click on dynamic content. How you can do that? So simply click on it, click add dynamic content, and here you need to give your if condition. So condition will go like this, at the rate, and you can say greater or equals. See, it popped up, greater or equals. So greater or equals, what thing is greater or equals? Greater, I think. Yeah. If it is greater, what? Our item. If it is greater than 9, then remove 0. If it is false, that means if it is less than or equals to 9, run our normal activity. So click OK. And as you can see, we have two use cases, true and false. So we will run this activity in case of false, because that number is less than equals to 9. If we have true, we will just remove 0. I will show you how we can do that. So simply click on it, Control X, because we are removing it. Click on this. So we are just nesting our copy activity inside for each, and inside for each we have if condition. That's really an industry level solution. So just click on this false pencil, click on it, click on this false pencil, and then we will just paste this copy activity. That's it. That's it. And then our item is running absolutely fine. Our data set is running absolutely fine. Okay, this is fine. Now it's time to go for true. So first of all, I will just create this copy activity, this one, and I can just go to the pencil button. I can copy this because I will just duplicate this. Just Control C, go to this one and go to true, right? And then I will just paste this. Once I will paste it, obviously I can just rename it so that it will not be confusing. So I will say NYC greater than 9. Perfect. Greater than 9. So these are the pages which are greater than 9. Okay. Source is obviously the same, but here we need to create a new data set, because in that particular data set we will not be putting 0. So how we can do that? We will simply click on plus new, and our data is like same HTTP. Click on continue, and then obviously data is bucket, and this time I will name it as let's say NYC raw source greater 9. Okay, greater, let's say just greater, because I think it is not allowing me to enter hyphens, so I can just include underscore, no worries. Okay, source. So link services, this one, same. Then relative URL will be the same, this one. Yes, for now, I know we need to change it. Click on OK. Then we'll click on this open button, and same step. This is a homework for you. Just create the same like parameter. This is a homework for you. Just click on plus new, click on P, and this time we can say month greater. Greater means greater than 9. Okay. Then click on connection. Then we need to copy this URL, click on add dynamic content, and then paste it here. Now we need to remove 1 and 0 both. 1 and 0 both, because we do not want 0. Our this parameter will bring 2 digits, 10, 11, 12. So simply remove it and click on this button, right? And then it added at the rate here, but we do not need here. We need at the rate here. I know it is confusing, but if you want to become a competitive data engineer, these things are required. Then we will say this. I will just zoom it for you. So this is your, oops, this is your expression that you can use after hyphen at the rate, and then just put this curly braces, because this will treat our parameter as a variable, like parameter as a parameter instead of string. So this was a quick revision for you as well, and I want to see like, are you able to perform this one? And if yes, you are learning so much and you are an outlier in the crowd. So it's done. Click OK. Everything is sorted. Everything is sorted. So now let me show you what it will be doing. It will, first of all, let's go to the loop. Okay, this is our loop. This is our loop. Okay. So this will run our activity like 12 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this will just return 1 to 12 numbers. Then, okay, let's go inside it. What it will do? It will give 1. Let me write it so that you can make notes. 1, 2, and now I know now it will be very easy for you. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 12, right? So it will just go to if condition. So if it is 1, it will check the condition, it will run the copy activity. 2, 3 till 9, okay, it will run the same activity. But if it goes 10, 11, 12, it will run our new copy activity. So it is more dynamic now. It is more dynamic, and it is using if condition as well. Let's go inside it to just show you. Now we have 2 copy activities. one for greater than 9 and one for just copy activity. Just copy activity. Bro, this was not planned. This was very spontaneous, and I'm really happy that this error came because it was not planned, and you learned much more than planned. And really, 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 truly speaking, now if you complete this pipeline, you gonna be such a great developer. Trust me, I'm not kidding. Just ask anyone to build this kind of solution. It's good if they can, but I hope like not everyone is focusing more on the dynamic content. And dynamic content is the future, dynamic content is the present. We use dynamic content. Yes, some organizations may use like static pipelines if they do not have well developers. But if you are targeting big companies, these are the solutions that you should learn. In software engineering, we have DSAs. In data engineering, we have dynamic content, dynamic pipelines and all, right? I'm really excited to run this now. And if we see any errors, it's okay. No worries, we will just tackle it. So first of all, I will just remove that data again. So let's go inside it and remove this folder. And let's run this. Let's click on, okay. Oh, we didn't just provide the value. Okay, no worries. So just go inside this. Just go inside this, and this is our new activity. We just want to provide the same value that we provided there in the source. This is item, p item. So this is if condition. So if we go here as well, we need to say p item. So click on pencil because we provided when we were just inside the loop, but now we are if inside the if condition. We need to provide the value. Go here, and then you can just write @ item. That's it. And same thing with the other copy activity as well. Source, this is done. Okay, the other one greater than 9. Click on this and source and item. Okay, both are there, I think now. Yeah. So now we can debug. Yeah, we can. Perfect. Now see the output of it. Now let's see the output of it. Whew. It was good. It was good. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. And I'm happy that you got the opportunity to learn more than expected, more than planned. So I'm really happy about that as well. Yes, one is fine, and it should just run 12 times. I should see all greens first of all. And if you also see all greens, just tell me in the comments. Just tell me in the comments, because if you see all the greens with me, it's an achievement for you. Trust me, it's an achievement for us, for me, for you, for everyone. And yeah, it was like planned by God. It was very spontaneous, and it's good. It's good that we saw this error, because this solution is really an industry level solution. Trust me. And just rewatch this part like 2 to 3 times, and once you master this, apply for the jobs, sit in any interview confidently, and just tell them that I have built this solution. You want to see, just have a look. Just trust me, bro. Just trust me. Let's refresh it. We have tackled errors as well. That's called error handling. And this kind of solution we build in the real world, in the real industries, because in the real world, there are scenarios when schema can be changed. If we have to apply if conditions to validate the data, that are all the parts of like real world solution. It's very easy to write on YouTube real time project, but when you actually show them the real time project, you can just tell the difference. This is the real time project. This is the real end to end real time project. And I'm glad that you found this video. I am glad that you're learning a lot. I'm glad that you are gaining industry level skills. I'm really happy. I'm really happy. I'm also learning with you because I just saw this error spontaneously in front of you. I'm also learning with you, but I'm just trying to just show you the real side, because I do not want to just show you the simple videos so that you can just build like this and you will be overconfident that you know everything. Bro, just see the real side. Why this industry is so competitive? This is the reason. No one is talking about these scenarios. No one is just telling about these things. But okay, that was planned by God as well. I'm here to tell you everything that is required, and hats off to those as well, like who have created the content. That's good. I'm just trying to fill the gaps that are there. That's all. That's all. Okay, I have seen many copy activities like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, our NYC greater than 9 also worked fine. See? Love you guys, love you. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to include this solution. This was not planned, and I'm really happy that me also learned, you also learned. Okay, I think it's completed. Let's refresh. Yeah. Ooh, let me confirm it. Is it completed? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. We have successfully, dynamically, automatically pulled all the data files, all the packet files, and I'm really excited to see that folder now. Just refresh it. Trip data. Boom. We have all the 12 files. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Initially, I was just planning to upload these files manually. That would be very simple solution for you all, but I thought, no, bro. They showed me so much of love in the comments, and it's my responsibility to tell each and everything. And now we have learned, we have completed our phase one, which is this. We have successfully loaded our packet files from Taxi NYC Taxi website dynamically, automatically, parameterized pipelines, and just make me a promise that you will just rewatch this part at least 2 times. Like one time you have already watched, just watch it for like one more time for me, and then start continuing with this project, because you will revise those concepts and just take notes. That's why I was just so focused towards you to take notes, because I knew that this gonna be really fun. This is gonna be really insightful. I'm really happy that you learn these things. And just tell me, guys, just tell me, like, if you really love the solution, just tag me with your progress. Just tag me. There's a challenge. I want to see like how many of you have achieved this. Just complete this solution, like this phase one, like for Azure Data Factory. Tag me in your like LinkedIn stories, or let's say you can just create like LinkedIn post where you can just mention that you are, it will highlight your credibility as well, that you can build such kind of solutions. And you can just tag me. I will just try to repost or comment on those posts, and I will feel happy that you are able to solve these kinds of solutions. And it will motivate me a lot to create more and more, you can say, content, including these kind of solutions, these real-time projects, these real-time scenarios. Just tell me and tag me. I will really feel happy. So now it's finally time to jump onto the phase two, which is our, oops, Databricks Silver Zone. So what we'll be doing, we will be reading data from bronze layer, and then we will be applying some transformations, and we will push this data to silver layer. So let's discuss that thing as well in detail. Okay, so as we know that we have data in bronze zone. Yeah, we know that, and we successfully did it. Congratulations once more, for one more time. Okay, so first of all, once we have data in bronze layer, we will be pushing this data to silver using Databricks. Okay, and within Databricks, we will be using something called PySpark. So if you want to learn PySpark from scratch means from scratch, like everything, and you want to become a pro PySpark developer, I have created a dedicated 6-hour long video just on PySpark, so that you can learn all the transformations, all the functions, reading, writing, everything. Just check the video in the comments or in the description, or I will just attach the link in the I button as well. You can just definitely check that video if you want to learn each and everything in PySpark. But wait, before clicking on that video, you can still start working with that as well, because we'll be learning everything from scratch, and we'll be just starting with very basics. We will read our data, we will perform some transformations which are required, and we will just writing the data into Delta Lake as well. So that is not a prerequisite, but it is always good to learn PySpark in detail. So what you can do, you can just click on the video and you can save that video in your library, or you can just like that video so that it will just go to your liked video section and you can just watch it later. First finish this project. Trust me, that is not a prerequisite. We will cover everything from scratch, but not much in detail, but yeah, very much in detail which what stuff are required, right? But if you want to become a pro PySpark developer, that video is for you available. Just click on it, save it, and just come back to this video. I am just continuing this project. Yeah. So after successfully completing phase 1 of the project, now it's actually time to execute phase 2. Before executing, there is one most important thing. Yes, it is the most important. What's that? Let me just open this view. I like this view. So I know we are using Databricks. I know we have our data in bronze layer. Now, just tell me one thing. If we want our Databricks to read the data from data lake, how it can do that? How it can do that? How? Databricks should have the right permissions. Understood? Now, let me explain it. So the thing is, we have data sitting in data lake. Okay. Now Databricks will try to read this data, and our lake will say, it will say, get lost. I don't know you. Who are you? Who the hell are you to read our data? So what's the solution for that? So we create something called an application. We create an application, so which is also known as service principal. So let me write it for you. Service principal or PLE, I don't know. I think it's PLE. Okay. So I don't know, it's AL or ELE or like LE. So we create something called service principal. So this is a kind of application. This is a kind of application. So what it will do, let me tell you. So we will grant this application access to read and write the data. This is the application that has read and write access with this data lake. Then we will pull this service principal, or you can say we will use this service principal in our Databricks to read and write data with this in this data lake. Because Databricks directly cannot read and write the data in data lake, because Databricks is a different identity. Yes, we use it in Azure solutions. Yes, we have like a first source service as data Azure Databricks, but still it cannot directly access the data sitting in data lake. We need to create something called service principal. This is a kind of application, so we will create the application. First step. Second step, we will grant this application the access, read and write access, that is also known as storage data contributor, simple, or blob data contributor. Once it has that access, then our Databricks can access this data by pulling this service principal. Simple. So this is a kind of thing, or you can say this is a kind of security that we follow whenever we need to read the data from Azure Data Lake and we want to pull that data in Databricks. So steps are simple. Create the application, grant the application all the permissions that we need. That's it. It's all done. And we do not actually need to do anything. We have like documentations where everything or every code is written. We just need to follow the steps. That's it. And here is your guy will definitely tell you each and every step from scratch. So that was all about the service principal that we'll be using. So without wasting any time, let's quickly create our service principal. So you can simply go to your Microsoft Entra ID. If you cannot see it here, just type it here, Entra ID. Go on that, and then you should see something called app registrations. App registrations. Click on it, and then You just need to click on this plus new registrations, click on it, and then you just need to name your application. Let's say I choose Ansh service principal, and then just click on register button. That's it. Now our application is registered, and how we can see that? You can simply go to Microsoft Enter ID and then go to app registrations again, and this time you need to go on all applications, click on it, and as you can see my application is there. I have already created some applications, so ignore that. Simply click on it, and then we need some this information, but not now, in the later step, because now is our second step. We need to assign our application all the necessary roles that are required to read and write the data. How we can do that? Simply go to your home, then go to your storage account, then go to your containers, then you should see something called as access control IAM. Click on it, click on add, because we are defining a new role, add role assignment. Then we need to search something called as storage blob data contributor. Yeah, here. Because when we select contributor role, it can read and write both, right? So we need contributor, storage blob data contributor. Click on next. Then we need to select our application that we just created. By default, it will just show the email IDs. We need to manually type it on service principal. This is the one. Click on it and click on select. Done. Click on review plus assign one more time, and then it will add the role. Simple. Okay, it's done. It has assigned the role. So now we have the necessary roles that we need. Okay, that's great. That's great. Because now here is the second step. What we need to create our Azure Databricks resource. Yes, and then we will just pulling this service principal there. I will show you how you can do that. But before, we should just create our Azure Databricks account, because we need to start using and working with Azure Databricks. How you can do that? Simply go to a resource group, click on plus create, and congratulations, you are finally started working with Databricks. So simply search Databricks, click on it, and this is the Azure Databricks by Microsoft. Click on it, click on create, and then the same page. You just need to define it. I will say Azure Databricks NYC and then Ansh. Oops. Is it available? Yes, it is available. And then pricing tier. You can select anything like premium, standard, or trial. So if you want to go with trial, you can go, but you are using free Azure account and you have credit, so it's good to always go with premium, because in premium we get the most of Databricks services, most of the resources, most of the functions and all. Standard is also fine, but I always go with premium, because we can only use service principal, I think, with premium, and yeah, only with premium. Yeah. So manage resource group name. So now here's the thing, why it is asking us to create one more manage resource group. So as we know that our Databricks takes care of all the clusters, so behind the scenes it uses something called as resource group, where it stores everything like virtual machines. Now what are like virtual machines? So virtual machines are like computers that are required for the clusters, because cluster is basically a group of computers or group of nodes. So behind the scenes it manages everything within this resource group. So we always create one resource group for Databricks only. We do not touch, don't touch it, right? Don't touch. Only Databricks will use it, only Databricks, right? So we can just create one, enter name for manage group resource. So we can just say ADB, ADB resource group. Simple. Then we can go to networking. It's fine. Encryption, fine. Security, tags, review plus create, and then click for let create for one more time. Okay. So it is just deploying our resource. It should take just a few minutes. And once it is deployed, then we can actually start working with our Databricks. Yes, you can see our deployment is completed. So now it's finally time to kickstart our Databricks journey. Simply click on go to resource, and similarly we need to click on launch workspace. Just click on it. It will take you to Databricks Workspace. Woohoo! Finally, we are in our Databricks workspace. So, welcome to Databricks. Finally, it's our phase two of our project, and I know you are really excited to work with Databricks. I know. So, as I have already mentioned that you can just watch my PySpark series. We have discussed each and everything in detail. So now we can still get started with this one as well. So these are some of the things that we should know. First of all, this is workspace. Now what's that? So this is a workspace. It's a kind of folder. It's a kind of folder. So where we just save our all the notebooks within our workspace, within our folder. This is recent tab that is already open in front of you that shows all the files or folders or notebooks that you have open. We do not have anything, so nothing is open. This is catalog tab which manages our data. These are workflows if you want to just build the pipelines within Databricks. This is compute responsible for our clusters. So this is our first step that we should click on it. Click on compute. Then we need to click on create compute because we will be creating a cluster. Click on create compute. Then we need to create a compute called a cluster. So first of all, this is a name. You can just change this name if you are seeing your name here and like anything. Then the policy is unrestricted. We need to keep it a single node because we are not running like big data transformation. So like just single node. Access mode is single user access, Ansh Lamba, okay. And then we need to pick the Databricks runtime. So here we'll be using 14.3 LTS, that is like for long-term support, and node type, I think it's DSS v32. Yeah, this one. Just pick this one. You can just scroll it up and it should be at the top, DS3v2. Then terminate after 120 minutes. You can just set it for like 60 minutes maybe because it will automatically terminate it after 60 minutes. We do not need to put any tags and anything. Just click on create compute. So it will create our cluster. It will take some time because it manages the resources, it creates the resources, virtual machines behind the scenes and all. So you can see that it is rotating here. So once it is done, it should give us the green check. Meanwhile, we can prepare something really important that we are about to do. So as we discussed that we need to create an application and we need to allow the access. That's already done. But there's one more thing that we need to do. We need to pull that resource, we need to pull that application within our Databricks. So for that, we should just get some information from our service principal application. We can simply go to our Azure portal, click on home tab, and then you can click on Microsoft Enter ID. Click on it and app registrations, then all applications, then click on your service principal which has the access to read and write the data. Then we need two things. One is application ID, second is tenant ID. We need these two things to copy somewhere. I can just copy it in Notepad and you can also do the same. There's one more thing. We need to create a secret. I will click on it. I will say create new secret. So I do not need to give the description. So I will just add it, right? So I can just delete the previous one. Okay. Yeah. So this is the secret that I have just created and I just need to get the secret ID. So just copy it and it's done. So we just need now three things. So I have just discussed what's that. Just let's click on the overview. These two things, application ID, tenant ID, and that secret. So all these three things I will store it in my notepad. So this is my notepad. I will simply say secret equals to this and application ID equals to this. Let me just copy it. And third one was tenant ID or directory ID. Directory ID equals to this one, copy as well. Because these three things are required to actually use the data sitting in data lake. And we are just utilizing our time. Meanwhile, it is being created because once it is created, we can directly create that step. We can definitely create that kind of cell that we will be running. And then we can just easily pull and create data frame on top of the data sitting in data lake. Simple, simple, simple. I love Databricks. I love Databricks. And you will see like its power and all. And or you already know the scenario that what we are doing right now. And let me take you to the documentation page as well. So this is the kind of documentation page that you should look for. Databricks Access Data with Service Principle. So you should click on Microsoft page. So here it will give you a guide how you can actually create the service principle. Like all the steps are written. Don't worry, don't need to read it because I have already explained all the steps in simple and easy manner. What we just need, this code. This is the code. So we just need to run this code and we just need to replace the values that are written here with our values and all done. All the things written on this page are already covered by your friend. So I will simply copy this code, and you can also access this documentation page by simply searching like connect to Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 using service principle. You can search something like this and it will just give you that page. So I have already copied that code. So let me just check the status. Okay, it is green. It is green. It is finally green. So now our cluster is ready. So what I will be doing, I will simply go to workspace and I will create one workspace. It is empty because obviously we do not have anything. So we will create, we will first go to workspace here and we will just create a new workspace. Click on create folder. Folder is, I just talked about it. It's just a fancy name for like workspace. Folder is workspace, workspace is folder. So I will say NYC notebook or just say NYC Taxi. Keep it simple. Click on create. So within this folder, within this workspace, we need to create something called notebook. So now we will just click on create and then notebook. Wow, this is our very first notebook. Very first means very first notebook that we have created so far. So first of all, first thing first, we will just rename our notebook. So as you all know that we are pulling data from raw and we are pushing this data to silver. So I will just call it as silver notebook. Simple. So we have renamed our notebook. Now you'll be wondering like, what's that? Give us some overview. Okay. So this is a kind of cell in which we write our code. And this is the button from where we switch our languages: Python, SQL, Scala, R. I personally hate R, so if you want to use it, you can. What is this markdown button? So basically markdown is used when we want to add headings, when we want to add titles, subtitles, or you can say comments. And we have different options available. We can just make bold headings, italic, everything. So if we want to use it, there are two options. Just click on this one and click markdown, and then you can just write anything. Let's say I want to write data access, because we will be just implementing that solution, data access. So I just wrote data access. Now if I just enter, hit shift plus enter, if I want to run it, I will just simply hit shift plus enter. That's it. So now you can see a comment has been added. You can call it as title as well. If I want to make it a heading, so I will simply click on it, double click on it. It will give us the code. So I will click on H1. What is this H1? It is the heading type that we have, like H1, H2, H3 till H6. I will click on it. So it will, now when I run it, it will give me a bold heading of bigger size. So you can just make some tweaks. And I really like bold and big headings. And within these big headings, we can just create small subtitles, titles, subheadings. So it's up to you. You can do whatever you want. So first of all, I want to connect my cluster with my notebook. This is my notebook and we already created one cluster. So how we can connect it? You can see a connect button here. This one, simply click on it and you will see a cluster is ready for you that you have just created. Simply click on it. So it has now successfully connected your cluster with your notebook. Now you can do anything. Now you can just run your codes because your computation is attached with your notebook. So are you excited to run that code which will allow you to access the data? Yes, let me copy that code again so that you can also see how did we do that. So simply go to this page and then we just need to scroll down and copy this code. Come to your Databricks notebook, just paste it here. Do not run it, do not run it. Wait. There are some steps that we need to do. What are those steps? First of all, I will just add one cell above this cell. And how you can do that? Simply move your cursor to the end of this line and you will see plus code plus text. If you click on plus text, it will add a markdown cell. If you click on plus code, it will add a coding cell. I want to add a coding cell. I will simply click on plus code. Then I will paste my these three information, or you can say data that I copied. So we can simply and like quote it in double quotes. Okay, because these are string. So let me just do that quickly. Okay. So now, as you can see, our link, or you can say the code that we copied from the documentation, it is dynamic. What does it mean? So it says, first of all, just remove this. Just remove this step. We do not need to perform this. Yeah. So if you just zoom it, let me just do it for you. It is saying you need to put your storage account here. So what we will be doing, we will remove uh, this variable and we will put our storage account name. Okay, so let's do that. And what's our storage account name? Let me quickly go and check. It's NYC Taxi Storage Ansh. Okay. In your case, it will be different. Do not put my storage account. Do not. And we need to remove all the parameters that are there, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yeah. We need to do that. So we will simply say NYC Taxi Storage Ansh. Simple. I will just copy it and I will paste it in other areas as well. So just do it in your computer. Wherever the storage account is written, just remove that value, just remove that or replace that variable with the original value of your storage account. Once it is done, now comes the second thing. Now we know that we have something called application ID. So we can copy it from here, just copy it with double quotes, copy it and replace here. As you can see, application ID. I am just creating a rectangle here just so that you can see. Just replace it. Just put your application ID because this is the application ID of your service principal, right? Then the second thing is directory ID. Just copy this and you need to paste it here. See, put it here, and we do not need to encode it because it is already encoded it. So it is fine. It is absolutely fine. And then at the end, service credential. What is the service credential? This is your secret. This is your secret that you have just copied. Just copy it and paste it here as well. Perfect. Now you have successfully replaced all the generic variables. Now we can just run this and we can see if everything is running fine. Simply run this. Simple. Simple dimple. Okay, it ran successfully. It ran successfully. What just happened? What just happened? So what happened? Let me tell you. We Let me just draw it for you because when we draw, we actually learn. So this is our Databricks, right? This was our service principal and this is our data lake, right? So what we did, this service principal was like is allowed to read and write the data, right? This is allowed. This application is allowed to read and write data. So what we did, we said, hey bro, just come to our cluster. We pulled it using this code, using the above code that we have written. And now we have this application in our cluster. Wow. Now we can read this data. Now we can read this data. Simple. Now we can read this data. Are you excited to test it? We can do it quickly. So there's a good way to do it. So there's a command called dbutils.fs.ls and we can just give the location such as abfss. I'm just explaining you everything. Just hold on. I'm just testing it. So here it is bronze, then storage account name. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm explaining you. Just a sec. Okay, dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Okay, when I run this, okay, so it gave us the error. Okay, we made a silly mistake. So the mistake is we have copied the wrong value of secret. This one, we have mistakenly copied the secret ID. Let me check. So if we just go here in the overview tab, and when we go to certificates and secrets, oh, so we copied this value secret ID and we were supposed to copy this value. And you know, the funny thing is we cannot review this value. It is only available when we actually create it. So for this solution, we just need to create one more secret. Yeah, and just put it anything, just click on add, and once you have it, just immediately copy it because it will be gone. Copied, then just replace this value. Where is the secret? Secret is, I think, here. Yeah, here. Just remove this second last line, this one, this one. Just remove this line with your secret value instead of secret ID, because we copied secret ID instead of secret value. So these mistakes are common. Don't worry at all. Just rerun it. Okay, it ran successfully. Now we should just rerun this as well, and let's see if it works. Oh, it worked fine. So now Ansh, please, please, please tell us, like, what did you write? So basically, this is a kind of utilities. DB utils mean Databricks utilities. fs.ls, this is a command that we use to see the content available in this particular storage location. Now you will ask me one question that is very, very common, and that I should expect you to ask. From where did I get this location? So this location is written in Databricks documentation that we use. So ABFSS is basically stands for like Azure Databricks file storage something. And then we need to put, let me zoom it for you. So first of all, you need to write ABFSS colon double slash. Tuck, tuck. Then you need to give the container name, and in our scenario it is known as bronze. Then you need to write at the rate. Then you need to give the storage account name. In my scenario it is NYC taxi storage Ansh. In your scenario it can be NYC storage taxi something. Then .dfs .core .windows .net are constant. You need to add this. Then we add slash. That means this whole location means we are pointing to the container which is called bronze, and we want to see, are you able to read that data within that data container? It says yes. It gave us the information that I have trip zone folder, I have trip type folder, I have trip 2023 data folder, and I am really happy because yes, we only have these three folders. That means now it has the accessibility, now it has the credibility to read and write the data, to read and to go inside this container. Simple. So this was a kind of testing that we do when we just allow this service principal to read and write the data. That's all. That's sorted. So these are like kind of prerequisite, and that's why I have put the heading data access. Okay, this step is done. We can access the data. Now the second thing, the best thing, now we want to actually read the data, and we want to use Spark Reader API. Hey bro, what's that? We'll tell you. Wait, we will be using Spark Reader API. Do we need to create connection? No, 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 no. Everything is done by Databricks and PySpark, and that's the best thing of PySpark. So we will read the data sitting in Parquet format, and we will create data frame on top of it. Are you excited? Are you excited? Let's create that. Let's create that. So for that, first of all, we will be pulling the modules or libraries. So I will create Markdown. I will call it as, let's say I want to create heading, and this is, I will call it as data reading. Perfect. Run it. Within data reading, I will say one more Markdown. I will make it bold, and I will say importing libraries, because obviously we need to import libraries to run it. See, this is a kind of subheading or title. So if we want to import the modular libraries, first of all, we will import from spark.sql dot functions, import asterisk, that means import everything within this module from spark.sql dot types, import asterisk, that means import everything. Oh, sorry, PySpark. Py, PySpark. Silly mistakes. Okay, from PySpark.sql, import every function and import every type. This will be required in the further steps. So it's always good to import all the functions, all the libraries in the beginning. Then we will be adding one more markdown, and this time I will say reading CSV data. Yes, reading CSV data. Because we have CSV data in two folders. So reading CSV data, run it, and I will create one more markdown. Why I'm creating so many markdown? Because it is really important when we work with real-time scenarios where we actually need to give headings, subheadings, titles. And I am planning to share this Databricks notebook with you as well, so that you can refer it and you can learn better, right? So I will just upload this Databricks notebook in my GitHub repository, and you can go there and you can download it. And if you feel to refer it, you can refer it. It will be good for your learning. So let's create one more markdown, and this time I will say, let's say, call it as trip type data, right? Just run it, and then I will write the code. So it is very simple. Let me tell you how you can read it. First of all, create a data frame variable. I will call it as df trip type. Simple, equals spark dot read. This is your reader, Spark Reader API. Simple, this is your Spark Reader API. Then you need to write dot format, because you need to tell Spark which type of data is sitting at this location. So it is CSV, write it. Then I do not want to write all the code in one line. I want to go to the next line. So I will add backslash. Then you can just go to next line. Click tab. So spark.read.format CSV. Then we need to say dot option. Okay. And within that, we will say infer schema true. What's that? So basically, infer schema is used by Spark to actually have a peek, or you can say have a kind of visibility to the records that we have in the data, and it will automatically infer the schema. That means it will assume that this column will be of string type, this column will be of integer type. So it will automatically define the schema for us. I really like it because it saves a lot of time, and it defines the schema to some extent. Like it's really good. So this is done. Then we need to say, hey, just make the header true. And this is really simple. We need to make header true. That means we want our first line to be the header. Then we need to give dot, what's left? I think everything is done. Then we can say dot load. Then we need to write the location. Now, what is the location that we just saw in the above code? But now I want you to repeat that location with me, so that you can also absorb that knowledge. There's no need to learn that, but it's good if you just learn the syntax. You do not need to go to Databricks documentation page again and again. Syntax is really simple. Like you syntax to learn that. So basically, encode it. So ABFSS, then colon double slash. Then first of all, you will write the container name, which is bronze. Then at the rate your storage account name. In my scenario, it is NYC storage, NYC taxi storage, I think. Yeah, NYC taxi storage Ansh. Then dot DFS dot core dot windows dot net. Then within this time we need to specify the folder as well. What is the name of our folder? We can just check by going to our storage account. We have containers bronze, and inside it we need to read this data, trip type. Perfect. So we will write trip type. Perfect. So is this the everything we need to give? Yes. But Ansh, you didn't give the file name. We do not need to give the file name. No, it will automatically pick the data written in within the folder. That's the power of data lake. That's why we want to create folder for every different data. See, that's the power of files. So, are you ready to run this command? Because I am really ready. Let's click Shift plus Enter and it should run fine if everything is fine. Otherwise, it will throw some errors, but we do not afraid of errors. We know how to conquer them. So it is just reading that data and it is creating a data frame on top of it. Perfect, 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 perfect. So I want to see my data because it has created a data frame. So this is df trip type. So if we want to see that data, we can use something called dot display method. So I will simply write dot display and hit shift plus enter, and then you will see this data. Yeah, we only have two rows in this data because it is just telling us trip type, one for street hail, second for dispatch. That's it. That's the data that we have within this data frame. That's good. That's good. Now it's time to read the second folder, which is trip. What was that? What was the name? Trip zone. Quick practice session for you. Just try to load that data on your own because now you have seen, because everything is same. That data is also in CSV form, right? Just do it. I'm doing in my notebook. You should do in your notebook. Let's do it together. High five before starting it. Okay, let's start. Okay, so obviously I will just create one markdown. You can also create one markdown, and I will make it bold, and I will say trip zone. Shift plus enter. Then I will say df trip zone. Don't cheat, bro. Don't cheat. Don't look at my screen. Just do it on your own. So I will say spark dot. You can listen me. You can listen to me, but do not look at my screen for now. For just few minutes. Spark dot read dot format, and this time the format is also same. Perfect. Then we need to say, hey, please infer the schema for us. Infer schema, comma true dot option, and then header true, and then load, and this time try to put location on your own. So it is bronze at the rate nyc storage taxi storage, nyc taxi storage. I really need some water, bro. I have been continuously speaking. Ah! Just kidding. Bronze nyc storage, nyc taxi storage dot dfs. Oh, I need to write Ansh as well. Yes. dfs.core.windows.net. Perfect. And this time my folder name is, I can go and check trip zone. Perfect. So, did you complete? Did you complete on your own? I trust you. You did it. Okay, that's good. Let's run this as well. Okay, that's perfect. I want to look at the data trip zone dot display. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. I am very, 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 very happy. I am very happy to see this, and that's good, man. That's good. That's really good. So, were you successful to read this data on your own? Good, good, good job, good job. So our second data frame is also loaded. That's fine. That's good. Actually, there is one more command that you can use to display the data, but you will hate that command. Let me show you first, then you will know why I'm saying this. So you can say show, I think it's dot show or show, because I don't use that command, so I don't remember. So df trip zone. Let me run this. I think it's dot show. Yeah. Dot show. I hate its UI. See, this is so old school. I don't need this dotted lines in my tables. Yuck. So I don't prefer this. If you want to use this, you can use like dot show, but I personally use dot display. It is so cool. Yeah, this is fine. This is nice. This is like catchy to my eyes. I really like those things which are catchy to my eyes. Otherwise, I don't like them. So this is the thing that we have for data frame 2. Now it's time to read the main data frame, and here is your real-time scenario. What's that? Let me tell you. Just go to your storage account and just observe one thing. We have trips 2023 data, okay, and we have another folder within that, okay, and then we have so many files. But I do not want to use the folder within this folder. I just want to define the scope till this level, because in the real world you can have multiple folders like trip data 2023 and then 12 files, then 2022, then 12 files, then 2021, then 12 files. Let me draw it for you so that you can just draw it in your notes. Let's say trip data 2022, then trip data 2021, then trip data 2020. So in that, in every folder we have 12 files. We have 12 files. We have 12 files. I don't want to do it again and again. I'm not a kid. How we can do that? Let me just tell you a function called recursive file lookup. So this is a kind of function which will read all the files recursively. What does it mean? All the files within this folder. Even if we have folder within folder within folder within folder and then files, it will read all these files directly, and we do not need to worry about these hierarchical folders. It's cool. Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool. So let me read that data using this recursive file lookup. So first of all, let's create a markdown. Okay, and then we will make it bold, and then we will say trip data, right? Trip data. Just run it, and then we will write df trip spark dot read dot format. What we do not need to write CSV. This time we have Parquet file formats. So now we are reading Parquet data. So within the Databricks, we can use, like, we can read data of any particular file format. So this time we are reading Parquet files. So I will simply write Parquet, perfect, backslash, same thing, dot option, infer schema, then make it true, then dot option, and header, true, and then load. Dot load. This is the main step that you need to watch. So abfss double slash, then bronze @nyc techc storage ansh dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Perfect. Then I will only write this folder, this one. I will not write the folder within this folder. So this folder name is trips 2023 data. Okay, trips 2023 data. Perfect. I am not writing anything else. I'm not writing folder within this and any file name. So there's one more thing. If we want to use that, we need to say dot option recursive file lookup equals true. Once we do that, we are good to run this. But wait, before running this, I want to tell you one important step, and I think if we miss that, you would miss a lot. So the thing is, we can definitely run this, but so far we are using infer schema command. I want to tell you, if you do not want Spark to define your schema, how you can define your schema. So basically there are two ways. One is called, let me just type it for you. One is called struct type and other is called DDL schema. So we have two options. We can pick any one. Personally, I pick this because it is quick and it is easier to use, but I use this as well, like struct type. So to just define the schema, let me just give you an example. If we want to use struct type or if we want to use DDL, and then it will be your choice which one you will be picking. So if we want to define the schema, let's say we have column 1 and column 2. We are just taking an hypothetical situation where we have like two columns, right? So if we want to define schema using struct type, we have something called a module from PySpark.sql.types import asterisk. Oh, we have already imported it. Good, good, good. So that's why it is already suggested that you should just pull all the modules in the beginning. So it works like this. Let's say I want to define my schema equals to, then I will use something called struct type. Then I will create a list, and then within this I will define every column's data type. So for that we have something called struct field. Within this we need to define column name. So let's say it is column 1, right? Then we need to define the type. Let's say it is integer type. So we will say integer type, right? Then we need to say true or false, or you can say 0 or 1. So when we say true, that means nullable equals to true. That means we are allowing that it can accept null values. So this is one way of doing it. And so far we can add column 2, column 3, column 4, column 5 so far, right? So this is like a little bit time taking, but I sometimes use this one, and sometimes like DDL schema. It totally depends upon my mood. So if we want to use DDL schema, it is exactly same as we define schema in SQL. That's why it is very easy to learn. So let's say I want to define schema. Oops, my schema. And then I will write 3 codes because we will be defining multi-line comments. So then if I select column 1, and if it is of integer type, I can say int, comma, column 2. If it is of, let's say, big int, then let's column 3. And if it is of, let's say, float, and then I can just close this with 3 single quotes. Simple. Which one did you like? Obviously, I know your answer. I know your answer. This one, right? It is easy, and it is easy to apply, and obviously it is time saving. So I want to create my own schema for this DF trip instead of asking Spark to run our code. So for that, I have already created one whole schema, because obviously it will take a lot of time if I just write all these columns again in notebook. So I will just copy it from here. So you can see this is my schema, and this is my column name, this is data type, column name, data type, column name, data type, column name, data type, and similarly all these columns. And don't worry, I will just attach this script as well. This is not a script, this is just a schema. You can pause the video and you can actually copy this schema as well, but just for your ease, I will just put this file in my GitHub repository as well, and you can easily download it and you can easily use it. Don't worry at all, I'm here to help you a lot. Just Control C and I will just paste it here. So this is my schema. That's it. I will run it. So if I want Spark to use my schema, I want to change this line. Instead of saying infer schema, I will write dot schema function. There we have a function called dot schema, and then I will use my schema. That's it. That's it. And then obviously backslash. Simple. Now Spark will be reading data and will use our schema, our customized schema. Simple. So let's run this. Perfect. And now let me just go here and let's say df trip dot display. Oh, okay. Now we can see the data. It is here in front of us and it has so many columns. Wow. Okay. So this is our data, and congratulations. You have learned 2 new things. One is defining your own schema and recursive file lookup. Take notes, take notes, take notes. Perfect. So we have successfully loaded all the 3 data frames. Now it's time to apply some transformations on top of it and writing this data into the silver container, silver layer. So first of all, let's type the heading that's called transformations. Markdown, where's our markdown? I will make it bold. Let's create a heading. Okay, data transformations. Hey, by the way, wait. There's no need to put this, let's say, this script, because I'll be just attaching this notebook in my GitHub repository. You can just copy the code from this cell and you can just paste it in your own cell, or you can just pause the video now and you can just take the screenshot, or you can just manually type all these columns. It's up to you. So I will just attach this notebook, and you can just definitely uh, copy this cell and you can just paste it in your notebook. Simple. Data transformation, not transformations. Simple. So here we will be learning transformations and at the same time data writing as well, because we need to write data into our silver container. This one, yes, perfect, in Parquet format. Okay, let's do that. So for that, what we will be doing here, so let me just simply call df type first, just to have a look how it is looking, right? So this is the data, and I don't think so that we need to apply any transformation, but wait, still we can just try something. So let's say we need to change the column name from description to, let's say we want to say trip description instead of just description, right? So how we can do that, let me tell you. So we have a function for it called with column rename. So this function is used if we want to rename our column in PySpark. Let me do that for you. So we will simply say df trip type equals to df trip type, oops, dot with column renamed. Then when we say with column renamed, we need to say which column. We need to rename our description column. And then what's the new name? It's trip description. Simple. Let me zoom it for you. So this is the function, previous value, new value. Let me run it for you and print it at the same time. Okay. Oops. Oops. I just did a small mistake. I just displayed the df trip data instead of df trip type. Okay, let's run this. Okay, we successfully converted our column name into a new column name. So that was a quick fix. Not a fix, that was a quick transformation, the column name one. Okay, if we want to write this data, how we can do it? It is very simple. And let me do that one thing. I would like to just add a subheading here so that we will know like this is for data trip type, and then data trip zone, and then data trip data. Data trip data. So I will just add text column like text cell here, and then make it bold, and I will say taxi trip type. Perfect. And now it's time to write this data. How we can do it? Simply you need to select dot df trip type data dot write. So this is your Spark Writer API. This is called Spark Writer API. So now we need to choose again the format as we did in while reading the data, and this time as well we have data in Parquet format. Perfect. Now here comes the important step. Okay, let's talk about it. It's called mode. Now what is mode? Basically we have 4 modes available in PySpark. Let me show you what's that. So basically we have 4 type of modes. Let's talk about it. It's really important. So let's say we want, first of all, let me just write all the modes. Okay, so number 1, we have append. Okay, let's talk about this first. So under this mode, this is like one of the 4 modes available. Number 1, append. So let's say we have this folder here, this one, and there is already a file there in this folder. Let's say in the silver container, within that particular folder we have already a file, right? If I write my data frame with this mode append, what it will do, it will add that file to that container, to that folder. It will append that data, it will add that data. So if we do not want to remove the existing data, the data that is already there, we just want to add the records, we use append. Okay, Then we have something called overwrite. And I think you have already guessed it. So if we have a folder and then within that folder we have a file, and now we want to write our new data frame with overwrite mode, what it will do, it will say, hey, you just get lost. I do not need you because this is an existing file, this is an old file. I want to save my new file only. See, this is the overwrite command. It will just overwrite the folder. Now, what's the third one? Okay, the third one is very nice. Third one is error command. What it will do? It is very nice. Why it is nice? Let me show you. Because if there is a file, already and we are writing our data with error mode, it won't say get lost. It won't say get lost. It will say, hey bro, you are already here. Let me tell my master that you are already here. So it will throw an error and it will notify me, hey Ansh, there is already a file there. See, it is so nice. It is so nice. Error. And then we have the fourth one. What's that? Let me tell you. The fourth one is ignore. No, don't ignore. It's the mode is ignore. So ignore. What it will do? It is like quite similar to error, but it is even more nicer. Why? Let me show you. Let's say we have already a folder and within that folder we have a file and we are trying to write our df with this mode. So it will say, oh, there is already a file. So it will ignore writing the data and at the same time it won't throw any error. It won't throw any error. No error. No error. Nothing. It will not write the data. It will not throw any error. It won't do anything. Nothing. If data is there, it will just ignore. That's why its name is ignore. So right now we will be using append mode. That's the basically like the recommended one. Not the recommended one. It totally depends upon the requirements, but in most of the scenarios we use append mode, right? Then we have something called option. Now what's that? Now we need to define the path from where, like to where we need to write the data. We need to write the data in silver container this time. So we will just write the path using the same naming convention, or you can say the location convention, abfss. This type our container is silver at the rate nyc techc storage ansh dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. And then within that silver container I want to create a folder for trip type. So I will say trip type. Simple. This is it. And then one more important step, we need to write dot save. Simple. When I hit run, it should write my data in the Parquet format and it should just push our data to silver container. I am really excited to check that. Let me go to silver container. Yes, we have a folder called trip type. Perfect. Perfect. And we can just check the data as well. See, don't worry, bro. This is your file. This is your data file in which you have data. Now, what is this success file? This is a kind of check file that Parquet creates. Similarly, these two files as well. Don't worry, it will not read any data. It will not read any file starting with underscore because it just ignores that file and all the files that are starting with underscore. It will only read this file. And this is the default name that our Parquet files will be received whenever we write the data, because in the Parquet files we do not specify the name. No, because it's big data, because in the real-time scenarios it will be creating so many Parquet files based on the partition, so we do not need to worry about the file name. No, we are not data analysts and we are not Power BI developers in which we need to specify the file names. No, if you are a data analyst you need to specify the file name because you will not be working with the big data. So if you are already a data analyst, do not worry hey, you haven't just given the right file name and how we'll be using this long file name. No need to worry, bro. No, we will be taking care of everything because we deal with the folders instead of file names. So this was all about df trip type. Now it's time to transform the trip zone. Okay, let me create one more markdown. I'm so thirsty, bro. Let me just drink some water. Wait. I'm just coming back. So finally, I have prepared my protein shake. Actually, I haven't eaten anything since morning because I was just preparing for this project and I was just collecting some resources. Now it's time to have some protein. So where were we? Okay, so we just wrote our data, that is df trip type. Now it's time to read trip zone data, and then we will just transform it and we will just write that data to silver container. That's it. Okay, please don't mind. I'm really hungry and thirsty. So let's do that. So for that, we will quickly just add a markdown. Perfect. And in our markdown, we will say trip zone. Okay. And then we need to first of all see the data, how it looks, so that we can just plan our transformations. We will say dot display. Perfect. Okay, that looks nice. So for this, we have one requirement. What's that? So as you can see in our zone column, we have multiple zones available for some records. Let me just show you. If I just zoom in, you can just see zone number 1, zone number 2 that are added in one record. But we do not want to do that. We want to split. We want to split this column into two columns. Let's say zone 1, zone 2. Now you'll be saying, what if we just have one zone? Okay, then its zone 2 column will be null. No worries, but we want to just separate it like in zone 1 and zone 2. So this is a very good transformation, and you can say this is a kind of real-time scenario because we are going to learn called split function. Wow, this color is nice. So we will be learning called split function. Wow, this color is really nice, man. So we will be learning split function, right? So what this function will do, we will select a delimiter. In our case, it is slash. As you can see here, it is slash. We will split our values and it will convert it into a list. Listen it again. It will create a list. Let's say once we have here Bloomfield, Bloom, and then comma, it will create Emerson Hill, right? So this is our list that it will create. Then we will use something called as indexing. Yes, indexing. Perfect. Then we'll be using indexing. Why? Because in that list, we want to fetch first element, that is index 0. And in our second column, we need to fetch index 1, that is our second value. 0 and 1. Yes, we will be using split with indexing. This is a real-time scenario. I wanted to tell you this transformation. So it's time to do this. It is very easy. It is very easy. Let me show you. So first of all, let me write df trip zone equals to, then equals to, we will be saying df trip zone dot with column. Whenever we want to create column, like new column, or we want to transform the existing one, we use function called with column. So we will say with column. In our scenario, we are creating new column which is called zone 1. So first of all, we will create zone 1 so that you can understand the concept. Once you understand the concept, it is very easy to replicate the step for zone 2 as well, right? So this is zone 1. Then this is our column name. Now it is asking us asking us what type of transformation you need to apply on top of this column. We want to apply split function on this column zone. Column name is zone, right? And then we need to use index called 0. Index called 0, because we do not want all. Okay, let me just show you the output of this one so that you can understand it better. Let me just remove it and let me just display this output. You will see a list. You will see a list. Split is not defined. What? We ran our libraries, right? Importing libraries. Let me rerun it. So I just reran my libraries command. So you can libraries cell split function missing one potential. Oh, okay. Now it's fine. Okay, the error is different. So now we need to also define the delimiter. In our scenario, it is slash. Done. Let me just zoom it for you. Oops. Let me just zoom it for you. See, split zone, the column name, and then the delimiter. Simple. Let me just run it. And to show you what will be the output. What happened, man? What's wrong with you? Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. All the braces are fine because one brace was missing. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Let me just show you the output. See, it is a kind of list. It is a kind of list that I just like drawn. Like I just showed you. So you can see index 0, index 1, index 0 because there is no index 1, index 0, index 1, index 0, index 1, and then index 0, 0, 0, 0, then index 0, index 1. So now I want just index 0, 0, 0, 0. I just want index 0 for my zone 1. How I will do it? I will say, let me zoom it for you guys. I will here add index 0 here because I want to fetch only first element. I will just say index 0. That's it. That's it. Just run it. And then you just see only one value. That is the first element. Simple. This was so simple, right? Because now you know. Now you know, that is why it is simple. So similarly, I want to just create a column now instead of just displaying it. And I also want to create zone 2 as well. And in zone 2, I will just add one index instead of 0. Simple. Equals. How we can do that? You can simply copy it and then backslash enter and then write another with command. Simple. Simple. And just here 1, and instead of zone 1 we have zone 2. Simple. Just confirm this code. Just confirm this code and try to write on your own because I have just explained you the whole scenario. Now I will just run it and I will display the data frame as well. So I will write it here, df trip zone.display. Perfect. Yes, that's what I want. That's what I want. We have zone 1 in which we have all the values, and zone 2 will have only those values in which we have multiple zones. And if we do not have any multiple zone, null. But we are good. We are good. Null, 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 null. Simple. Simple, simple, simple. See, now it's time to write this data. And how we can do that? Try to write this code on your own because we have just discussed. df trip zone dot write dot format, and format is, as we all know, packet. Now you also know about mode. That's good. Mode is append. Then you also know about the option for path. Try to give the path on your own, right? abfss silver. Just remember this is silver container, not bronze. Then nyc taxi storage Ansh dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net, and this time I want to create a folder called trip zone. Simple. And then at the end dot save. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So now we will just run this cell and our data writing is done. Let me confirm it. Let me go to silver container trip zone. Yes, we have. Yes, we have successfully written this data frame as well. So now our two data frames are already in silver zone. Now it's time to push the third, that is trip data. And for that, first of all, let me just write the markdown cell. Okay. And then here I will just make it bold. I will say trip data. Simple. So first of all, let's see that data, how it looks. Df trip data dot display. I think it's just df trip. Yes, it's just df trip. Okay. It looks fine. So now let's convert, or let's create a new column in which we will just convert this timestamp into date, and in that particular new column we will just have a date instead of full timestamp, and the second column will only display the month, only month, and third column will only display the year. So there are basically three columns. Let me just draw it for you. So we will be creating three columns, and one for date, second for year, third for month. Because in this particular transformation we are learning more and more about the date functions that we have in PySpark, because these are kind of the functions that you will be using very often and in your day-to-day activities, because obviously we deal with date function, date columns a lot. So it's my duty to tell you more and more about these date functions. So what we can do it here, so it's very simple. First of all, let's create data frame, obviously the same data frame, data trip equals to df trip dot with column, that is our first column, and I will name it as, let's say, trip date. Perfect. And what transformation we need to apply on it? We want to convert, that's called to date. So we have a function called to date. What's the function name? To date. It will convert any timestamp column into to date, or any string column to date. So I just need to put the column name, and the column name is LP EP pickup date, pickup date time. Okay, let me just put it here. LP EP pickup date time. Perfect. And at the same time, I want to create one more column, dot with column. Perfect. And this time I want to say trip year. Trip year. Then I will say year. We have a function called year. That's it. Only year. And we need to just mention the column name. I will just copy it from here and I will put it here. Simple. There's one more column that we need to create, that is with column, that is trip month. Perfect. And we have a function called month to just find the month of the column. Simple. Perfect. Everything is sorted. Everything is sorted. Is it sorted? Yeah, everything is sorted. Yeah, perfect. So now it's time to actually run this code, and let me just confirm the braces that we have added. Okay, perfect. Now it is perfect. So I'm just about to run this code, and we will see three new columns in our data frame. Yes, let me run this. Okay, it's fine. Let me display it. Df trip dot display. Perfect. That's nice. Perfect. We have three columns in which we have date converted to like only date format instead of timestamp. Then we have trip year, in which we have year. Then we have month. Like 3 stands for like March, 2 stands for February, like this. So these were all about the time related functions we have in PySpark, and it is really, really important you should take notes of these functions because you will be performing lots of scenario based questions. Maybe these will be asked in your interviews as well, because obviously everyone is inclined towards dealing with data or date related columns. So, and before actually writing, I also want to show you one more important function, which is select. And I cannot imagine that we haven't discussed it yet. So it's time to discuss that as well. For example, we do not need to write all the columns. We do not need to write. So let's say I just want to pick vendor ID, and let's say PO location ID, DO location ID, let's say trip distance, fare amount, and some more columns, right? So instead of picking all the columns, if we want to just pick subset of columns, how we can do that? It's really easy. So we simply need to say df trip equals df trip dot, and then select, and then we just need to write our column name that we want, vendor ID, and after that vendor ID we can select, let's say, PU location ID. Okay, and then let's say DO location ID. Perfect. Then trip distance. Let's pick trip distance as well. Trip distance. Okay. Now let's pick fair amount. Okay. And then let's pick total amount as well. I saw one total amount. Okay. Let's pick total amount. Perfect. So now I should just see this data. Let me just display it. df.trip.display. What's that? Trip distance. I think there's a spelling mistake. Let me just remove it. Let's remove this column. We do not want, just remove it. Because we just want to select the subset of the columns, and you can just pick like these columns and it's fine. So this is our final data set that we want to push to gold layer. So it's time to write this data frame to gold layer. So how we can do it? Now I think you obviously know df.trip.write dot format, and then we can say format is packet, and then we have something called mode is append. Perfect. And then after this we can just say option path, and after path we can just give silver @ nyc taxi storage ansh.dfs.core.windows.net. Perfect. And then my folder name will be, let's say, trip 2023, or let's say trips 2023 data. Perfect. And then I can just write dot save. Perfect. And now it should just write the data to the gold layer. Perfect. It has successfully written the data to the gold layer. Now here's a tip for you. So now I will also show you how you can just build the visualization. If you want to build charts and visualization within your notebook, it is really, really easy and it is very handy. So, and this can be asked in your interview questions as well. So first of all, I will create a markdown and I will create a heading, H1 heading, and I will say analysis. Analysis. Perfect. So let's say I want to analyze my DF trip data. How we can do that? I will just show, wait. Let me just write display. So if we want to analyze it, we just write display first because we want to build chart and visualizations as well. So let's say this is our DF. I want to build a visualization. Click on this plus button, click on visualization, and then let's select any kind of visualization. Here, from here you can just click on drop down and you can just pick any visualization type. I want to build a line chart and I want to pick column, let's say Let's pick bar chart because I'm thinking to put vendor ID in my X column, and in Y column I can put fair amount, and I want maximum of it. Obviously that's not a perfect chart because we just have these kinds of vendor IDs like 0.8 and something, and then these are the maximum fair amount. But this is just a kind of illustration that we have, like we can just build charts. Let's try to build a line chart as well. Let's say pie chart. Okay, that's cool. That's cool because we just have like two categories. So pie chart is a good choice. So you can just create pie chart, any kind of chart, and you can just include these visualization in your notebooks. How can you can do this? Just click on the save button. It will just push that visualization in your notebook, and this is so good. You do not need to just build, or you can say if you want to analyze your data, you do not need to pull the data and then visualize it and then just write codes, importing libraries such as c1, matplotlib, nothing. Just use this powerful feature of Databricks and you can just analyze your data. It's so cool, right? It's so cool. And you can just play with it. It's your choice. So our data is pushed to Go layer, and let's see our progress. Let's see our progress. So we have successfully completed our phase 2 as well. Phase 2, in which we have pulled the data from bronze and pushed it to silver layer. With transformations, we have learned so many PySpark functions from scratch. We have learned like we have gained so much of like hands-on with PySpark. And again, I'm repeating, if you want to learn PySpark, just check the link in the description and you will learn PySpark from scratch. So there's no need to worry. And yes, we have successfully learned some of the transformations. The next step is pushing this data to the gold layer and creating delta tables on the top of it. Yes, we will be learning how we can create delta tables, and we will also learn how we can actually query those tables, right? We will be learning how we can using select statement, how we can just use SQL queries, we can use Spark SQL as well on top of this delta lake. Yes, this session gonna be lots of fun because in this I will just show you some of the advanced features within the Databricks, such as let's say updates, deletes, and time travel as well. I will just show you a little glimpse of time travel because that's a detailed topic in itself. So I will just show you a glimpse of it, just a small portion, so that you can just learn, right? And obviously in future we'll be creating a dedicated video on Databricks in which we'll be learning everything from scratch and in detail. But in this particular session we will be learning a lot. So this delta lake is full of fun, trust me. So are you excited to enter into the phase 3 of our project? Because I am really excited, because this is completely new and this revolves around SQL. So you will be having so much of fun while working with this phase. And yes, at the end we will just build a connection with our Power BI so that you can just visualize your data, and obviously you can serve this data to the data analyst and your managers. Simple. So let's kickstart our phase 3 of the project. So are you excited to kickstart your phase 3 of the project? This phase 3, this particular phase is full of knowledge, and trust me, you're gonna learn so much in the world of Databricks and Delta Lake. Before actually starting the session, I want to explain a very important concept. Okay, what's that concept? Okay, first of all, just let me bring my marker. I just forgot to use it. Okay, so the concept is, it's very popular. It's very popular. External tables versus managed tables. It's very popular. Let's understand this because it is really important to cover this concept, because I want you to learn the fundamentals as well, the core knowledge, before just jumping, because it is very easy to create these tables, but you should know the fundamentals. You should just have that core knowledge, core knowledge, right? Okay, so first of all, you must have heard a term where we create the tables sitting on the data lake. What did I just say? Let me repeat so that you can just understand it. So let me relate it with our scenario as well. So let's say this is, oh, let's pick pink purple. Let's pick purple color. So this is, let's say, our silver layer, right? This is our silver layer, right? Okay. And let's use green color. This is our gold layer. So as of now, we have data in the silver layer. Perfect. In packet format. Okay, sir. Now we want to push this data to gold layer. Okay, sir. And in which format? In delta format. In delta format. Correct? Now I promised you that I will be creating tables on top of it. So now I have two options. Now I have two options to actually create data tables, like basically create the table on top of it. In our particular scenario, we will be using external tables. Why? Why? Let me tell you. So in our scenario, we will be using external tables because this gold layer, this gold container is owned by us. We have the rights to actually keep the data to ourselves. So this is called external table. This is called external table. That's why it is a recommended approach as well in the industry that you should always create external tables because we own the data as well. So let's say we created a table. This is our table on top of this data, which is in the delta format, right? So we will be creating an external table, which is also called as delta table, because table which is behind the scenes is in the delta format. So when, let's say, I just ran a command called drop table, in that scenario, in this scenario, if we are using external table, it will just drop this table, but this data will still be there. This data will still be there. It will not get deleted. Why? Because we own this data, because this data is managed by us. That's why it is also called as unmanaged table. Unmanaged table because Databricks is not managing this table. That's why it is called unmanaged table. Whereas in the case of managed tables, when we create a table, let's say we created this table, this is the table and this is a managed table. And when we run this drop command on top of it, then the data which is behind the scenes of this table will also get deleted. Why? Because this is managed by Databricks. And when you run the drop command, it will execute it as you do not want the data anymore. So it will just drop the table and drop the data as well. So how we can actually differentiate between two? Like if I want to create external table, what should I do? If I want to create managed table, what should I do? Everything will be discussed in the upcoming session. And obviously, as I just mentioned, that we will be creating external table because it is the recommended approach. And when we are owning the data, we should always create external tables. So now it's time to actually jump to the solution. So for that, I will firstly create the notebook for it and I will name it as gold layer. Okay, this one. So I will call it as gold notebook because this is my gold layer notebook in which we are just pushing the data in the gold container instead of like just pushing the data into silver layer, because we have already pushed the data in silver layer. Plus, the best thing is we will be pushing data in the delta format and we will be creating tables on top of it, that on top of the data that we are storing. You would be wondering like how we can do it together. It's very easy. I will just tell you the code. It is very easy, but now you know the fundamentals as well. So now it's the right time to actually show you the code and just actually implement that solution. So first of all, first thing, we will just connect our cluster. So let's connect our cluster. Let's say this one. So now it is starting our cluster, this one. Okay, let's wait for like few seconds and it should be done. So meanwhile it is being started, we can just do some stuff like adding headings and all. So yeah, let's do that. So we can just go to markdown and I want to create a heading of h1 size. So let's say I want to, what do I want to mention? Okay, let's put data reading and writing and creating tables, creating delta tables. So now you will be learning how to create delta tables on top of the data that you have. So you will be doing two things. Okay, let me just share the architecture of this thing as well, because it will be really handy for you, because this concept is called as, let me explain. Okay, so let's say we have the data in silver, because I just want to tell you the flow, like how actually it goes, because obviously in the code you won't find the flow, like how actually it is being executed behind the scenes, right? So this is your silver layer, this is your gold layer, right? And we are saying that we have data here, so we want to push that data in gold container and we want to create tables on top of it. So how actually the flows will work? So first of all, this data will be read by our data frame. We will create data frame on top of it, simple as we just did it before. This time we will write this data to the gold container. Okay, what's so special this time? We will use delta format, and I will explain delta format in detail, don't worry, because I know this is very much in demand and you should know about it. It is really important for nowadays, and delta lake is the future. Delta lake is the future because we are just dealing with the lake house concept, so I think delta lake is the future. So now this time we will be using delta format, right? So it will write this data to gold container in the delta format. Once data is here, it will create table on top of it. It will create table on top of it, which will be called as delta table. Okay, delta table. Perfect. This is the flow. This is the flow. So if anyone asks you like how the flow look like, now you can just explain, okay bro, this is the flow. This is the flow. You can also mention that we do watch Ansh Lamba's videos. Just kidding. So this is the flow that you should keep in your mind, and we will be following this flow as well. Now, what is this delta lake? Why people are going crazy after this particular format? Why? What is the reason? You will get to know in this particular session, because this session is all about delta lake and delta tables, and obviously our serving layer, and it's really important. It is really important. I was first planning to involve Synapse, but then I thought like I should just give you the information in this particular project related to Delta Lake instead of involving Synapse. So I decided to involve Databricks in the serving layer so that you can learn more about Delta Lake. Because when you actually create Delta tables, you should know. Because in this particular session, I will also show the time travel data versioning. What's that? Bro, hold your breath. Stay calm because you are learning everything. Just hold on. Okay, so our cluster is ready. Oh, nice, bro. Our cluster is ready. Okay, so first of all, we just need to copy the code. Which code? That we did it for like service principal. So do we need to do the steps again? No, not at all. We can just go to the silver notebook and we can just grab the code of service principal, because every ID, every permission is assigned to that particular application, and we can just use that same application for this notebook as well. Simple. So I will just go to the notebook. Let's say, let me go to recents, and then I can just go to silver notebook, and from here I can just get this code. I can just copy it. Oops, what happened? Let me refresh it. Okay, let me go to recents, and yeah, finally we have gold notebook. Okay, so let me just write the code, and actually I should just create a new cell here that we created for that notebook as well, and we can just call it as data access. It will be easier for you, right? because I will attach this notebook so that you can refer this. See, I do care about you a lot. Data access. Perfect. And now I just need to run this. Yeah. Yeah, like whenever we just run the first cell, it takes some time, but it's okay. No worries. No worries. Okay. So it's time to actually read the data. So first of all, we will be reading trip type, then we will read trip zone, and at the last we will read trip data, 2023 data. So we will read all the three data and we will be creating tables on top of it. So first of all, let's read the data for trip zone and let's create the delta table on top of it, and I will show you how you can play with it. Let's start. Okay. So first of all, as we all know that if we want to read any data, first of all, we need to import libraries. Yes, from PySpark.sql.functions, import asterisks from PySpark. Even if you are not using functions or types, just import it. It will just be like it will be absorbed in your like day-to-day activities. SQL.functions, import asterisks. Perfect. Let's run this. And then we can just create a data frame and I can just create a quick markdown. And I can say data zone. Simple. Yeah, let's read that. So I will say df zone equals spark dot read dot format, and this time our format is packet because we are reading the data packet. And then you just need to say dot option infer schema true, then dot option header true, and then we can just say load, and this time our location is abfss silver @nyc taxi storage Ansh dot dfs dot core dot windows dot net. Perfect. Should I just show you one hack? It's not a hack, it's a very good practice. So you can actually create variables of your locations, and instead of typing the whole URLs again and again, you can actually use those variables. Let me show you. Let's do that, man. Let's do that. So instead of writing, so if I want to access any, let me zoom it. If I want to access any folder within this container, silver container, my this URL will be same, right? And then I will be adding my folder by adding slash, right? You agree with this point, right? Okay. Then I can just store this information in a variable and I can just create a markdown first and I can say storage variables, and then I can just define my silver variable. In silver I will just paste this, right? And in my gold, which we'll be using very soon, I can just do the same thing and I can just change the container from silver to gold. Now see, it's done. Now instead of writing this long URL again and again, what I can do, I can just add f strings. Now what are f strings? So it is basically available in Python as well if you are coming from Python background. So if you are not, don't worry. So we just add f. So what it will do, it will merge our text plus variable both. So it will treat that variable as a variable instead of string. So I will say, first of all, I will just add my silver variable, this one. So if I just remove f, just for your understanding, if I just write silver, will it treat it as a variable? Obviously not. It will treat it as a string. If we want to make the difference, we first add f here and then we encapsulate in silver braces as similar to the one that we did in ADF, right? So now after this, I want to add slash and I want to say my folder name. It is trip zone. Simple, simple, and this should work. Let me run it. Let me run it. See, instead of writing the same URL again and again, you have just played smartly. So I would like to see the data. Okay, df zone dot display. Okay, so this is our data. Okay, that looks fine. That looks fine. That looks good. Now I want to push this data to gold container and I want to create a delta table on top of it. Finally, we are just writing this data. Let me show you. So if you want to push this data to gold, what we need to do? Df trip. What was the df name? Df zone. Okay, df zone. Df zone dot write dot format, and this time it is delta. Okay, then mode, obviously mode will be append. Okay, then we will be saying dot option, then the option is path and path is same thing, f string, and then just add gold, and do not forget to add curly braces. And within gold I want to save a folder with name, let's say trip zone. Trip zone, simple. Then here's the magic. Instead of saying dot save, we will save it as table. Table. This is the magical step, but we need to do one thing before actually running this. So I will just scroll it up, and here I will just add one markdown and I will call it as database creation, because we need to create database. Okay, let me talk to you regarding this. Whenever you have created a database in SQL, or let's say whenever you have created a table in database, you need a database name, right? Then only you can store that table under that database. So similarly, we do the same steps here as well. So first of all, we need a database so that we can save our tables within that. So for that, I will just add a code here and I will say it's simple. It's same as SQL. Create database, and database name, let's say I want to pick it as gold. Yeah, because it is a gold container. So gold, yeah, simple. Let me run this. Yeah, now we can see our database. This is our database name, gold. Now we can use this database for our tables. Simple. It is simple, but you should know the core knowledge. Implementation is very easy. We are living in an AI era. Everyone knows how to code. Everyone knows how to get the code. You should know the fundamentals. The core skill is fundamentals. Ow. Okay. So now I will just name my table. Let's say I want to use database name first, obviously gold. And within this database, I want to name my column. Just need to add dot. See, gold dot. So I will call it as, let's say, trip zone. Simple. And when I just run this, see the magic. See the magic. See the magic. Now your brain will be like how it just created a table on top of the data. And I will just show you how you can use SQL commands as well. SQL commands, yeah, SQL commands. You do not need to use data frame API or let's say PySpark API. You can just use Spark SQL. So, okay, our table is completed. Do you want to query this data? Do you want to see what I'm talking about, or you would like to see SQL commands at the end of all the data frames? Okay, let me show you now as well. Just a trailer, just a trailer. Okay. So let's say you have created this table, right? So now you will say, hey bro, okay, I have created a table. So now my table is ready. I do not want to use data frame API. I want to use SQL. I will say, okay, bro, now you can use SQL on top of it. That's called Spark SQL. And we will be using Spark SQL on top of the Delta table directly. So it's very easy. So simple. I will just run a basic command, select asterisk from gold dot trip zone. Can you imagine? It will give me the results. Just see. Just see. Wow! We just use SQL on top of Delta table. Yes, you can, because it is a real table. I know it is not a real table, but it is acting as a real table. You can just use anything. If I just use, let's say, where condition, I can. I can, bro. Let's say I want to just say where borrow, this is which is this column name, borrow equals to EWR. I can do it. Let me run this. See, acting as a normal SQL. That's the magic of Spark SQL and obviously the Delta table. Power of Delta table is not discussed yet. It will be discussed very soon when we will be talking about table versioning and time travel. I will just show you everything. Just calm down, calm down, calm down. Have some faith on this guy. You will feel much more confident, much more powerful with data engineering skills. Mark my words. Mark my words. So now we have this data and now we know that we can query this table. Okay, now we are very excited to learn the power of delta tables. So for that, let me first quickly create the delta tables on top of all the tables. Okay, let's do that. So let's create a markdown cell. How we can do that? Just go here, markdown, and then B. Then it's strip type. Yes, strip type. Okay, let me just copy the code instead of just writing it again, like the reading code. Okay, let me paste it here. Don't forget to change the variable name. It is strip type. So I will say it strip type and it is strip zone. We need to change it as strip type. Simple. Let me run it. It ran successfully. And let me just write this table into a delta format and create delta table on top of it. Okay, and everything is fine. Let me just change the data frame. It is df type. And then save it as strip type. And the folder name as well. Now I will show you something amazing, something very amazing. Just hold on, because I'm going to talk about transaction log. Earlier I was just like thinking like just ignore these topics, but now I think like I should discuss. Like I know it will take some time, but I am ready to devote my time to help you to learn. Let's not worry about time. Okay, so let me run this. Okay, it is successful. I hope so. Yep, it is successful. Yep. So now let's quickly read the trips data as well. So markdown, bold, trips data. Okay, let me just run df trip and let me just copy this code. Control C, Control V, boom, boom. Trips data. Okay, yeah, everything looks fine. Let me run this. Okay, it ran successfully. Let me just see this data. Df trip dot display. Okay, that looks fine. That looks fine. Let me just write this data. Let me copy the code. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Perfect. And then we can say df trip and df trip, and this will be trips data. Simple. Let me create the table and let me show you the transaction log. Perfect. Our delta tables are ready. All the three tables are ready. And now it's time to actually look at the thing that I'm talking about. Now I'm just going to my gold container. Let's say this one. And you will see all the three tables, three folders, same thing, right? So, oh, my hair are so messy. Okay. So now I want to show you something special. If you would have looked other tables, like other folders, you would see some like Parquet files only. Now I will show you something special. Let me go to any, let's say, folder. Let's say, let's go inside trip zone. Okay, this is my Parquet file. What is this delta log? That is the delta lake. That is the delta table. That is the delta format. So basically, delta format is built on top of Parquet files. But what makes it special is this delta log. Okay, like what does it do? And we want to know everything. Like please explain. Okay, let me explain. The thing is, let's say this is your Parquet file. This is your Parquet file. This is your normal Parquet file. This is your normal Parquet file. When we create this delta log on top of it, it becomes delta. It becomes delta lake or delta format, whatever you want to say, and or you can just say delta. It becomes delta lake delta format by just adding this transaction log. What it does, so basically it is also called as transaction log. Transaction log, let me write it for you because I assume that you guys are making notes or taking notes. If not, don't talk to me. So it's called transactional log. It is called transactional log. Transactional log. So when we add this transactional log, it becomes delta lake. So what are the special things that this delta lake or delta log has? Let me just open this. It will be having JSON files and CRC files. So basically you do not need to worry about CRC file. This is just like check files. It stands for, I think, cyclic redundancy check file. So if you want to just take notes for the interview question or just say like knowledge, it is known as cyclic redundant check files. Just check the full form, I'm not sure, but I think it is the same one. Then the main thing is this JSON file. In this JSON file, all the updates, all the inserts, all the deletes, all the metadata, everything will get stored. What do I mean? Let me repeat. Let me repeat. This is very important. Just be focused. Just keep your notifications off. Just turn them off and then just listen to me. If let's say this is my table, this is my table. This whole thing is my table, right? Because my delta table is built on top of this data, including this delta log. Yes, this is very important for our table. Now, what will happen? Let's say I just inserted some data. Let's say I inserted this record. This is my one record. Let's say I updated one record. Okay. Let's say I deleted this record. So all these things will get stored in this delta log. Did you understand? Let me repeat. All the informations, all the CRUD operations, you have used another fancy name. Okay. CRUD. CRUD means create, read, update, delete. All the DML commands. Bro, another fancy term. Sorry. DML, data manipulation language. All these operations are stored in this delta log. In this delta log. So if I inserted this record, it will be stored here. If I updated this record, it will be stored here. If I deleted this record, it will be stored here. So how things will be happening, because obviously you want to see the latest result of the table, right? You want to see the latest data. You want to see the latest version of the table. You do not want to see all the things. Let's say you just deleted this record. Obviously, when you will be querying select asterisk from table name, you do not want to see this record. You do not want to see, right? Why I'm being so aggressive? Because I'm just trying to explain you deeply, deeply, deeply. So these are just my emotions for you, my love for you. So the thing is, let me repeat, let me summarize. In short, whenever you create anything, any record, let's say you update anything, you delete some records, you drop a column, anything will be stored here in the delta log. Everything will be stored in the delta log. So let's say this is your table. Let's say this is your table. So first of all, it will go inside this delta log. Let's say I just ran select asterisk from this. Okay, let's create a scenario, bro. Let's create a scenario. It will be fun. Let's create a scenario because you will understand each and everything then. Let's create a scenario. So this is you. Okay. And you said select asterisk from trip zone. I know I am just explaining this concept very deeply, but trust me, once you complete this, you will master the delta lake. Don't worry at all. You do not need to look at any other resource. Do not need to worry. You will master it. Okay, select asterisk from trip zone. Now, this query will go to this table. This is our table, right? This whole thing is our table. So it will go inside this delta log. It will go inside this delta log. It will read all the logs. So if that delta log says this record is added, this record is updated, okay, then it will show these things one by one. What do I mean? So So let's say this is your version 0. Let's say this is your version 1. This is your version 2. Version 1, version 2 means once first you added a record, then you updated a record. When you will run select asterisk from trip zone on top of this data, it will read all the versions, version 1, version 2, and then it will give you the final result, that is the latest form of data, right? Because it has read all the versions, everything. So this is how your delta log creates a Parquet file and it converts it into a delta lake. And why delta lake tables or delta tables are so much in demand? Because we can track everything with the help of this delta log. It blew your mind, right? I was in your I was in the same shoes that you are right now when I was just reading about this. So this is about the delta log. That's why it is very important. That's why it is very, very important. Delta log. Okay, we understood so much about delta log. Now it's time to talk about the versioning in detail and time travel in detail. Let's see. Okay, now we have tables, right? Now we know, like, let me just create a heading and let me call it as learning delta lake, because this is really important, bro. This is really important. Learning delta lake. Okay, so now let's say I want to talk about versioning. So we will be discussing two things: versioning and time travel. Both are interlinked, don't worry. So this is versioning. Now what are versioning? Let me take an example as well. Our project is almost done. I'm just telling you more and more about delta lake because our tables are ready. We can directly connect this data with Power BI. So now it's time to learn delta lake in detail. That is the whole point of this project, so that you can learn the most out of it. I'm not here to just, let's say, push the project and okay, it is completed and everything is done and you can just do it on your own. You can just learn about delta lake on your own. No, I will tell you, I will help you to learn everything from scratch. So let's say you want to query this table, gold dot trip zone, that we just talked about, right? My So select asterisk from gold dot trip zone. Let me query this. Okay, so this is my table. We know that. Okay, that's perfect. Now I want to update one record. Which one? I want to update this one. If my location ID is 1, my borrow, my borrow should be EMR instead of EWR. Let's say this is a requirement. Let's say I want to update this value. Let's say this value is wrong. I want to update it to EMR just for the location ID 1. Okay, let's update it. So I will say simple command, like simple DDL command. Sorry, DML command. Update table name. Okay, it's fine. Gold dot trip zone, and I want to say set borrow, that is the column name, equals EMR where location, what's the column name? Location ID. Okay, where location ID equals to 1. It is numeric. Yeah, it is 1. So let me run this. Okay, it is running. Take your time, bro. Okay, now what it just gave to us, it said one row affected. That's fine because there was like only one row with view location 1, right? That is updated. You want to see that? Yeah, I want to see that. So let me, oh, I can just use the above query because we already have select asterisks. Okay, here, let me run this because you will just feel the difference. Let me just run this. Now you will see the value is updated. See, where is that? I think it has written in the bottom. Let me just apply the filter so that you can just find the value. Okay, where location ID equals to 1. Let me do that. Okay, now you can see borrow is EMR instead of EWR. See, now I want to change one more thing because I will just show you the versioning then, because this is just version 1. or let's say version 0, or let's say version 2. I will show you. Don't worry, don't worry. Now I want to drop this record. I want to drop this record. Like basically, I want to delete this record, not drop. Drop means like you will be just truncating the whole table. Don't do that. I want to just delete this record, right? I want to delete this record. Let's do that. Let's do that. This is our second update, or you can say second change that we are doing, right? Let's say I want to delete from goal dot what was the table name, bro? Goal dot trip zone. Okay, so now you can see like it is not automatically gave us the percentage SQL. So if you feel this thing, so just go here and just select SQL manually. Don't need to worry. Then I want to delete where location ID equals 1. I want to delete this record. Let's delete it. And now I will query the same thing. I should not see the record because now it is deleted, right? Okay, okay. Let me query this. Perfect. Now it shows no rows affected. Oh, mistakenly I just okay. This was a good test. This was a good test because there is no record, so nothing is updated. Okay, I should just run this one. It should show me null. See, no rows affected, no rows returned. Nothing is there because that record doesn't exist. That record doesn't exist. Okay, so what's so special? We have these things in SQL databases. So you are just using SQL database things without having SQL database. We have delta table and everything is same. And do you know its power? Let me show you. Let me show you the versioning now. Now, do you remember we first applied the update command, then we deleted it. Do you want to see the versions of it? Let me show you. Let me just write it here, versioning, and make it bold. Versioning. Let me just run it. Now I will show you all the versions. Yes, you can track all the changes in your table. It's called describe command. Oh. Describe, and then you need to just say history. And then, oh, I just need to select SQL. Oh, bro. Gold dot trip zone. Gold dot trip zone. So now it will give me the detailed history. See, yes, this is the thing. This is the thing. Okay, now there's a good, you can say a kind of quick question for you as well. Okay. So first of all, as you can see, all the versions are listed here. Version 0 means when this table was created. When this table was created. Perfect. Version 1, we updated the record, right? It is there. You can just track everything. Then in version 2, we deleted the record. Okay, now quick question for you. Why we are seeing this? Because you know, like we mistakenly ran that code, right? It didn't update anything, but still that was a command ran on the table, right? So it should track that as well, and it tracked it. So these are all the three versions. All the three versions. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4 because third one was by mistake. 0, 1, 2, 3. All the four versions. All the four versions. What's the advantage of it? Have you heard of commit and rollback command? Right? Here we get commit and rollback command on every single change. We do not need to manually put, hey, commit rollback, commit rollback. Let me show you the magic. Let me show you the magic. Wait. I'm not a magician, but yeah, I know how to play with data. So let me say select asterisk from gold dot trip zone. Trip zone. Let me just run this command. Now what you are seeing? Are you seeing that first thing like location ID 1? Are you seeing that? No. Bro, you are making a fool of us. You should just apply a filter. Okay. Let me do that. Let me do that. Okay. Where location ID equals 1. Now are you seeing that? Now are you seeing that? No. And what if I tell you I will just run one line of code and I will bring that location ID 1 back? Really? Let me show you. And it's called time travel. It's not Doraemon's time travel machine, but you can just relate it with that thing. You can just time travel in the past. You can just time travel. It's so cool. Let me just create a markdown for it. Just take notes of it, bro. What you are doing, man? So I will say time travel. Okay, perfect. Just run it. Now, what I will do, I will just say restore. It's called restore command. First of all, I need to manually pec SQL restore and then table name gold dot trip zone. Who's missing? Okay, no worries. So restore table name to version as of 1, or let's say as of 0 when table was created. Let me run this. Let me run this. I just ran one line of code and now you will see the magic. You will see the time travel. We are just traveling back in time, bro, with the help of Delta Lake. That's so cool. That's so cool. Okay. Do you want to query now? Do you want to query now? Just trust me, bro. It will be so much of fun. When I was just exploring these things, I was so excited. I don't know like how you're feeling right now. I don't know, man. Just have some fun. Select asterisk from, let's say, gold. Oh, this is not a markdown cell. Idiot. I know you are saying this thing to me. Gold dot trip zone. Perfect. Let me just query it. Now that location ID 1 should be there. If it is not there, I should not talk to you then. But it is there. Okay. And there's one more thing. Location ID 1 is there, and at the same time, EMR is changed to EWR. Why? Why? Because we said restore the table to version as of 0. Now what is this version 0? Version 0 is when table was created. That means it had all the original values. It had all the original values. Got it? Bro, if you got it, trust me, you have learned a lot in the world of Delta Lake as well. This was not planned as well. I just taught you because I was in the mood and I thought like I should just tell you this. So now that's why I'm just telling you this thing. You should take notes, and this is the thing that you should know. You should know. This was all about time travel, versioning, delta tables, delta log, transaction log. Everything is shared with you with the help of a project, because the best way to learn is by doing it. How did you feel about this, like this phase 3? I know this was really special. Actually, this phase 3 was so short because we were supposed to just create the tables, but I plan to just cover this session as well. Just tell me in the comments, like how did you feel about it? Because if you are happy with these type of additions that I do, I will just keep in my mind that I will be doing this a lot more in my upcoming videos as well, because I really feel happy when you guys learn, because I really consider you as my data fam. That's why I always say, hey data fam, hey data fam, hey data fam. So this was all about learning Delta Lake, and let me just summarize it because everything is like covered, and now we can just query our all the tables. So I can create a markdown here because we need to just end this notebook, right? So we can just say heading delta tables, right? Simple. Delta tables, and we can just say markdown 1, and it is our trip type. Okay, let me make it bold. Be bold in life. Okay, trip type. Let me just write a select statement. Select asterisk from gold dot trip type. Okay, perfect. Let's run this. Let's create another markdown for trip zone. Perfect. I'm really hungry, bro. I need to eat something. Trip zone, trip zone, trip zone. Then select asterisk from trip zone. Let's run this as well. Now the third one is trip data. This is our markdown, and let's say trip data 2023. Okay, let's make it bold. Trip data 2023. Let's say select asterisk from. See, it is so much of fun when you use SQL commands and delta tables. Select asterisk from. And if you really like this session, I can just include delta tables and delta lake in my upcoming videos. Or let's say if okay, if you want a dedicated course on Databricks only, just tell me in the comments, because I can just create a fundamentals video of Databricks in which I can just cover everything, or I can also create a full course of Databricks in which I can just cover each and everything like Delta Lake, versioning. There are so many things in Delta Lake, like schema evolution and schema handling, merge schema, override schema. There are so many things. We have change data feed as well. Like there's so many things. I'm still learning. I'm also learning, but I would love to share my knowledge with you all. Yeah. So just do let me know in the comments if you really want to learn Databricks. I can just create those courses as well. Anything as you want. Anything. Because Databricks is the future, and Databricks is like cloud free as well. Not cloud free. Who's this man? It's not cloud free. Basically, it is not dependent on any one cloud. It can be linked to any cloud. So that's why it is really important to learn. And I think Databricks is the future. Databricks is the future. Yeah. So select asterisk from goal dot trip data or trips data. I don't remember the name. I think it was trips data. What was the name of table, bro? Trip. 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 Is that? Where is that? Trip. Oh wow. Good name. It is trip. Very good, Ansh Lamba. Very good. Good going. Okay, no worries. It happens. It happens. Trip. It's a cute name. Okay, so now we have all the three tables, and these are our delta tables that we know how to handle them, how to apply DML or CRUD operations. And now it's time to actually discuss the phase 3 that we have learned right now. Let me just open the PowerPoint, and this is the one. And let's see like what we have learned. So in phase, first of all, congratulations, because this was so insightful session. I really felt so good. Like I'm feeling so good. Like I just shared this knowledge with you all, and I think Delta Lake is in demand right now. This powerful feature. Yeah. So now we have successfully covered this phase, our phase 3 of the project as well. Congratulations. Good job. Now, now, everything is done. Everything is done. Bronze, silver, gold. Just one thing. I will just give you a small session about how to connect your delta table stored in the Databricks with Power BI. Obviously, we will not be covering this session in detail, but a little session, a small session. Just watch this as well, because this is really important. You being a data engineer should know how to connect, and you can expect these questions in the interviews as well. Like manager can ask you, or let's say interviewer can ask you, okay, you just build your pipelines, how can you connect that data tables with your Power BI reports? Why? Because obviously at the end you need to give them the data, you need to serve that data, so they will obviously test this knowledge of yours. Simple. Yeah, simple. And it is really simple step. Just watch this session, have some confidence, so you can just write this thing in your resume as well, because you can just write, then you can write like this: you have created end-to-end data solutions, and you connected your Databricks delta tables with Power BI. So the person who will be reading your resume will feel like, okay, this person knows how to deliver end-to-end solutions, and we should hire him. Then you will be hired, and just message me when you will be hired. I will be so happy. I'm just kidding. So yeah, I'm just kidding. You do not need to send me a message. I'm happy that you will be hired. That's a fact. Don't worry at all. I know my data fam, like it's like they are very talented. So this is about Power BI session. Let's cover this quickly and let's complete this project, and at the end we will have a quick summary of whole project that we have learned so far, and it's done. It's done. Let's do that. So first of all, we are back in our notebook, but don't worry, our process is completed. I am just showing you the last step, how to sub. So bro, let me come to the point. What do you think? If you have created your data warehouse, if you have just created all the transformations, and if you are unable to deliver that data to the right team, will you be called as a good data engineer? No, no. You should take the ownership of delivering this data, and that's where you can just stand as an outlier in the crowd, because everyone is focusing on learning transformations, but no one is focusing on the real end-to-end solution. And I promised you that I will provide you the real end-to-end solution. So it's time to complete the last step of the solution. You should not ignore this, and trust me, this question will be asked by the interviewer if you are applying for a job which includes Databricks, because this feature is like, I think, highlighted by Databricks as well, like how you can connect these with the Power BI. So this is a very popular topic. You should know about it. So first of all, there's a prerequisite. Do not mind my carrot. So first thing, first thing is you should have Power BI downloaded on your machine. That's the basic need, right? So first of all, how you can download it? Just go to Google and just type Power BI download. Just follow the first link. Error. Okay. Just follow the second link. Okay, and then you can just see we have download Power BI button here. Just click on this and you will have Power BI downloaded on your machine. It's not a big task. Like obviously you can just download Power BI. Here is the main step. Just be serious. Just be serious. I know I like being notorious, but when it's time to focus, it's time to focus. Right? Okay. Our Power BI is downloaded. Perfect. I have already downloaded it. It's already in my PC. Once you have downloaded it, let's cover this step. We want to establish the connection between let's go to our catalog. This is the catalog tab where we can see our all the data, right? This one. So okay, let's ignore this. Let's ignore this. Let's talk very raw. So you have created your these three tables, if I'm not wrong. This one, select asterisks from trip zone, trip type, right? And now your analytics team want to build reports on top of this data, right? So how you can provide this data to Power BI? Databricks provides us a great feature of connecting with the external applications. So after doing everything, okay, just scroll it down towards left and you should see partner connect. You should see partner connect. See, just click on this and then there are like so many applications with which you can efficiently connect your Databricks workspace. Just scroll it down and you should see all the BI applications, and we need to pick Microsoft Power BI. Obviously you can pick Tableau as well. I'm a fan of Power BI. I'm a fan of Tableau as well, and I'm not a fan of both. So let's pick Power BI is better. Power BI is better. You just need to click on it. Everything will be done by Databricks. That's why I said like it's very easy step, but it is very important to know. Click on it and that's it. Literally that's it. Literally that's it. There's one more step that you need to focus on, but that's all. So we just need to click on download connection file. What it will do, it will create a empty Power BI workspace. Let me repeat, it will create a okay okay, it will create an empty Power BI, let's say desktop workspace, whatever you want to say, you can say. Basically an empty Power BI desktop file in which all the connection strings will be attached. Yes, everything will be done by Databricks in the background. You just need to click on this download connection file. That's it. Click on it. Okay, mine is downloaded. Let me open this. Just click on it. It will be opened. Connecting. Okay, mine is automatically connected because I have already connected my Power BI workspace with Databricks workspace so many times. But But I need to mention this. There will be a window popped up for you, which will ask you to provide username and password. And on the left hand side here, there will be another option called access tokens, something like that, something related to access. Choose that one. Choose that one, then it will ask you to provide the access token. Here is the important step. From where did you get the access token? Let me show you. Let me go to the Databricks workspace. Just close this. If you want to get the access token, just click on your email ID or just your button and go on settings. Okay, when you go to settings, you need to select developer. Just select developer, then you will select access tokens. Click on manage and just click on generate new. Generate new and click on generate. It will generate a token. Just copy that token and paste it here and then click on connect. That's it. Then you will see this page automatically. Simple. Now you can see all the tables like gold, our database name, then all the three tables. Wow. All the three tables, trip type, trip zone, all the three tables. And when I click on load, let's say this one, this one, this one, let me click on load. It will actually load data to Power BI and then you can just build your dashboard. It's so powerful. So you can build your visualizations. You can build your visualization using data setting in Databricks. It is so cool. It is so cool. Now you know the end-to-end solution. Let's discuss the architecture and like let's quickly summarize the architecture, what we have learned in this project, and just a quick talk, just few minutes, and then we will say bye bye to each other, right? Let's do that. Okay, so first of all, we learned how we can dynamically pull this data. Dynamically means really dynamically, and we learned so much in that part, like using for loop. And after for loop, remember, we were having an error in which we used if condition to overcome that error. It was so insightful. Okay, and I'm so happy that we discussed about that solution. So we used API connection for it, and we stored our data in the Parquet format in the bronze layer. Then we pulled this data and we performed powerful PySpark transformations, and we stored our data in Parquet format in the silver layer. Then we read our data from silver layer and we created delta tables, and we learned about delta tables and let's say versioning and time travel, everything. We learned about everything in this particular phase. Perfect? Yes, perfect. And then at the end, we learned about how we can establish connection, and meanwhile we also took care of security because we used managed identities to read and write the data. So this was all about this end-to-end project. Please do like, comment and subscribe and share it with others because this will really motivate me a lot. I'm putting my lots of efforts to really provide you the real knowledge, the industry level knowledge. One more thing, as I promised that I will just give you the full course on PySpark, and if you want to become a pro PySpark developer, and if you want to learn each and every function available in PySpark, you can just click on the video coming on the screen and I will see you there. Bye bye.